Let's fix this. Oof. Let's open this. I'm on live, right? Okay, cool. I'm on. Just double, triple checking. Yeah. Let's get this going. Whoops. Here we go. Ghost Rider comic should be 50 gems. I think so, Mauricio. There we go. Let me see. I think it should be much higher as well. What's up? Did you get the drop? No, I did not get the drop. I had to buy everything in the secondary market. I'm trying to find this tweet. I don't know. I might have to show it to you guys on my phone because I have it on my phone, but not. Save it, I guess. Wanted to show you guys an interesting tweet because actually, like, I weirdly enough, I kind of went a little bit too, not too hard, but I went pretty hard in Ghost Rider. Kind of without realizing it. I'll explain to you guys in a bit what I mean by that, but I need to find this damn thing. Whatever, I just saved a screenshot of it so we can look at it later. There, I guess this works. Here we go. You guys can see this, right? Cool. I might have to like really zoom in on this because I cannot find the tweet that my friend got this from. It's just some interesting numbers. No, it's kind of hard to see. I had to get 4 copies of Ghost Rider comic. Huge potential for it. I'll show you guys how much I got before or in a sec. But yeah, so it says the physical value of the CGC, like Ghost Rider's like above the first appearance of like Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and Daredevil, and X-Men, what is that number? Jesus Christ, this is small. X-Men 44. I hope you guys can see this. Like, I cannot find the tweet for the life of me that this is on. But if I zoom in, the one on the far right is Ghost Rider. You can see like the common price. This is adjusted a bit. So this tweet was probably 4 hours ago or something like that. But yeah, it's just crazy to see that like the common at Daredevil is 85, but like Ghost Rider is still really, really low. Did you forget to bring the V vibes? I never forget to bring the VV vibes. And I've learned this time around to not eat on stream. I think last time I ate, I was kind of annoyed. Some people were annoyed, so. But I do got the drink. What's up, VV Vibes? Hope you're having a good day. I am Ken Gems. I hit the gym this morning. Ate probably a little bit too much after, then I ended up like taking a nap. And yeah, I kind of need to fix that about my schedule. Ultra Rare and Voltron, Ultra Rare Loki for Lady and the Tramp. Let me look that up in a little bit, Theo Remy. Instinctually, I'd probably just say no. Like, I know Lady and the Tramp is a golden moment, but it's like the lowest tier version. I do think, as much as I don't think, and when you say Ultra Rare Loki, I'm assuming you mean the comic and not the alligator Loki. I do think both those have a little bit more room to move. I'll have to look up the numbers in a sec. But long story short, if we look at this, like the CGC value is higher than all 4 of these. Yet, like, the value of the comic itself is super low. So, Veve's price as a percentage of the physical value. So this is 0.005%, and the rest are obviously like a higher percentage or whatever. Copies minute. I think this is one thing a lot of people overlook, that there was only 30,000 copies of this Ghost Rider. Honestly, I would not have gone in as hard as I did if the mints were 60,000. Not that that makes like a massive difference in the long run, but I do think it does. Yeah, I mean, this has the same mints. I think a lot of people forget too, is like ASM 14, which is first appearance of Green Goblin, has 60,000 mints. And I was just comparing the numbers to basically like literally these 4. I was like, dude, there's like no way with mints and Ghost Rider and all that stuff. Like, yeah, first appearance of villains are important, Green Goblin and Doc Ock, but like the first appearance of, I don't know if Ghost Rider's considered a supervillain or an anti-hero or what he is, but you know, whatever he is, like that is the main character, right? And so it just didn't make sense that he was priced so low in this instance. And so market cap price, you know, by copies minted and all that stuff. I think this has a ton of room to grow. It might explode like after the gem squeeze, but right now I do think it could actually move up quite a bit in the meantime. But as of right now, like it's still pretty cheap. Let me fix this all the way down and then I'll switch screens here in a sec. So when I mentioned earlier about like, I think I might have went a little too hard in Ghost Rider. Like I think I bought too many, is because after the drop happened, the market wasn't opening and I was like, whatever, I'm going to go, hit the gym. What's poppin', bro? MD, it's going great. Gail, what's up? Ghost Rider's a major comic, so the prices should be way up. Spider-Man number 14 or higher. I agree. That's exactly the numbers I was comparing it to. So when I pull up Veve, so something must have happened. So I go to Planet Fitness just because it's literally around the corner from where I live and it's $10 a month. So like, I don't care. Like I prefer working at like not a legitimate gym, but just gym that actually have weights that go above 60 or I should say dumbbells that go above 60. But regardless, so looking at my comic collection here, I thought I only bought like 2 commons. I thought I bought 5 commons, 2 rares, 2 uncommons, and like 2 ultra rares. And then I come back to my comic screen and then I see this. So let me scroll down. And I see this. I ended up getting not way too many, but they were all like decently priced. But I ended up getting 6 ultra rares, 8 commons, 4 of the rares, and then 5 of the uncommons. So when I was using the Wi-Fi at Planet Fitness, and I was just, you know, doing my workout, and I was like on Veve in between sets, trying to snipe stuff. And I was trying to snipe it, but it would say like bot for like half a second, or like a tenth of a second, and then it would say like, oh, you just missed it. So I'm like, damn, I didn't get it. So I'd keep buying. I'm still in the market. I'm like looking for stuff and I'm going for the rare. I'm like, all right, there's just way too much activity on the comments. I'm going to switch to uncommons. I was like trying to snipe stuff, or I was like trying to buy stuff that was newly listed. And it kept on saying like, it would show like the green check mark, like I bought it, but then it would immediately switch to red and then say like, oh, you just missed it. And I'm like, dude, like why does it say I got it, but I missed it? Like, this is so weird. And I didn't think to go to my collection to check it out. So I ended up buying like almost 3 times more. I bought 3 times more ultra rares than I thought I did. I ended up buying like double the amount of rares and uncommons than I thought I did. So I was like, oh man, like it's not bad. Like I'm very bullish on just the comics in general, but luckily I bought pretty much all these below. Why is there a massive check? Oh, that's because that's what I'm reading. I'm like, why is there a massive like green check mark on that comic right there? But I guess that I actually read the whole thing. It's actually kind of an interesting story. But I ended up buying 6 of these and I had no idea I bought that many until after I went in. I was like, oh shit. And I checked my vault or my wallet and sure enough, it got deducted. So I'm like, But luckily I bought all of these except for, I bought all these for under 200. Except for one, which is the one I was like, you know, I might as well just double down. I bought 5, but then I bought one more at like 170 or something like that. So I firmly believe that these are all going to go above, like, these are all going to go well above my collectibles. Welcome to the Common Gang, man. Thanks for stopping by. I really think Ghost Rider is going to really take off. So I got 8 commons, 6 of the ultra rares, which I had no idea I bought that many. You got fished on the marketplace. I don't know, something happened. I did not think I bought that many, but it's not bad because it's going up in price, right? So I bought all these. So I bought all the ultra rares below, not all like literally on the market, but all the ultra rares I bought, I pretty much below 200. All the commons that I bought were around like 21 to like 18 gems because I was just trying to snipe on the market. All the rares I bought were between like 45 to 48 gems, and then all the uncommons I bought were like between I think 18 and 20, like the same prices like the commons and stuff. So yeah, I didn't get the drop, but like I did not realize I bought that many in the secondary market because I said like bought, and then it would switch to say you just miss it, and I'm like, damn, I keep like, why does it say I bought it but I just miss it? I'm like, whatever, I'm just gonna keep going on the market. You know, you just, when you're in that zone of just refresh, and you just buy, refresh, like I didn't think to go to my collection and like check to see how many I had. Then I'm like, oh, I have 6 of these. I have 6 ultra rares. So yeah, and actually a couple of them are actually sub or a few of them are 4 mint, so they're going to be super simple to sell in the secondary market like down the line, right? Like the way I see it is like a 4 mint is just going to stand out on the floor when I try to sell it later. I'm not like trying to get a premium out of it, but it's like if it stands out on the floor, someone's more likely to buy it. Yeah, like I bought this one for 197. I bought all these. Like I probably pulled the trigger on some of these a little too soon. Okay, that one I actually paid 210 for, but all the rest of these I paid under 200 for. Yeah, 190, 180. So that's the one I paid like, you know, a little bit cheaper on. But yeah, I had no idea I spent that much, but it sounds like it's gonna be a good thing. I really think this, like, honestly, this comic should probably be a little bit closer to like 350, in my opinion. It should probably be a little bit closer to that rather than like 200. Ghost Rider has the best deal for comics right now, hands down. I'm stacking them. Yeah, I kind of wish I bought more of the commons instead of like the ultra rares, but I'm fine with that too. Like all the commons I bought were. Did you guys see that bot wall that came up too? Like, it was probably, I don't know, it was probably like 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours after the drop. There was someone, there was like 25 or 30 listings, maybe 40 listings that all appeared at the same time, all between like 15 to 14 gems. And there was just like a giant wall of commons at 14 and 15 gems. I was trying to buy those as fast as I could, but every single time I clicked on it, it said like, you just missed it, you just missed it. I'm like, how are people buying all these up? But then immediately it just got gobbled up in legitimately less than a minute. So even though there was like 40 or 50 listings for 14 to 15, like they all got gobbled up. I was like, holy moly. But yeah, Gail, what's up, dude? Nice to see you, man. We got the crew in here. Ghost Rider's a major comic, so prices should be way up. Some respond. Yeah, I agree. So that's what I said. Like I even put out a tweet before. Let me see if I can find it. That's not Twitter, that's Venmo. Twitter. Skip that. Skip that. How do I? Okay. I'm still like, I still honestly get a little stuck on like how to navigate like my own Twitter page. I know it sounds weird, but it's like, how do I get to my own? Okay, profile. There we go. So this is a tweet I put out before. I said people are disrespecting Ghost Rider, top tier Bronze Age comic, popular character, 30k mints, potential future MCU appearance, and the same comic sold for 265,000k as a 9.8 grade just last year. I think it will do. I think I forgot to put it. I just put I think it will do massive price reversal soon, and I thought that price reversal would happen. I was like, honestly, the price reversal could happen as soon as tonight, or at the very least, or like at the, I would say not the latest, but or before the end of the week. I was like, dude, like, you guys ever see those NFTs? You guys have seen it before on the market where like the first like 4 or 5 hours in the market, it, you know, just the price kind of fights back and forth. It goes up and then down, and then it kind of just eventually kind of just settles somewhere. And you're like, whatever. Then like later that night, you're just like, wait, this was at 350, now it's at 750. Like, what happened? It just like doubles in price just like as the day goes on. It's like people just forgot about it, you know? And it makes sense. Like people just forget about it, and then the price just like skyrockets. So BVMA with Matt Gondek will possibly bring some cool pieces of art. for the partnership with the comics artist is confirmed. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'll have to like look him up, but I don't know who that is. But I do agree, Mauricio, that that Ghost Rider right now is like the best value, and I knew that going in, and I knew a lot of people were just gonna overlook this comic, but like that's a big deal. Bear gets sucked out of NFTs in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Crypto's exploding right now. Is it really? Damn. I actually saw 1971 in the market today, so I was too slow. Yeah, I really wanted to. I also wanted a 666 mint, and some, not like the actual 666 mint, but just something with 666 in it, because you know it's the devil's thing, and that's essentially Ghost Rider. He made a deal with the devil, or I should say, technically Satan, but still, like that's kind of the same thing. So I was trying to look for a mint with 666 in it with Ghost Rider. I thought that'd be kind of cool, whether it's like 2666 or 13666 or something like that. Like it doesn't matter to me as long as 666 is in it. Green check mark is when you read the whole comic. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I read the whole comic like literally before the stream. I was just kind of going through it, and it's a cool little story. Let's see. Did I miss Edson? Missed the drop. Was able to buy SR for 20 gems. Let's go, dude. So I heard that I wasn't really paying attention to the SR because it was already up to like, it was starting like around 800, 900. I'm like, whatever. I'm going to try and get the ultra rare because I think people are going to undervalue it. Plus it's like custom art and stuff. But I heard at one point the secret rare went down to like 550 gems, 500 gems at one point. And if I would have saw it, it was probably when I was like driving to the gym or you know, doing something else, because apparently it didn't last that long. Like it went down to 550 or 500 for a little bit and then like shot back up. So imagine if you bought like 2 secret rares at like 550, 500 and managed to sell both of them at, you know, 850, 900. That's, you know, it's a free few hundred gems right there. If you look at Luke Cage, it's basically the same age in a first appearance, but this comic in the real world is 10 times more expensive. I think it's way undervalued. I got 2 rares, 2 uncommons. So, dude, that's fantastic, Slider. Hell yeah. I actually had to convince my brother to buy more. He's like, oh, I got 2 commons. I'm like, dude, how many gems do you have? And he told me, and I'm like, I think you should invest a few more. I'm like, I think you could legitimately flip these by the end of tonight, or like end of day, or by the end of the week for a pretty good profit, in my honest opinion. Plus, I think, and the main thing too is like, there's only 30,000 mints, right? So it's not like your typical 60,000 that we get. I would say it's not typical, but it seems like it's 50-50 whether we get 60,000 or 30,000. But more recently, we've gotten more 60,000s. So I saw this was 30,000 mint. I'm like, this is going to be pretty good deal. So I bought up quite a few of these, but we're eating up the like there was a couple bot walls at like 20 gems and then like 21 gems and the comments and stuff like that. I heard that there's like another like bot wall of comics and stuff. And it's kind of funny when people say like don't buy from bots or whatever. It's like it doesn't really matter. Like, okay, so there's a bot wall. There's not even that big of a wall. We're literally, so we're at on here. So this is the common Marvel Spotlight. You can kind of see. Actually, I need to move this up a bit. You can see here, it's like we're at 25, but we're on 26 on the same page, and then probably what 20 listings later, there's 27. That's not bad for there being 732 listings up. What's the ultra rare at? Holy, it's already up to 250. Let's go. What's the rare at? Rare's at, it's slow rolling. It's slow rolling, but it's getting there. But dude, I'm already up. I don't know. If I sold these for 250, I would get what, like 35 gem profit or something like that. Yeah, dude, this is really taking off. There's not a lot of mints left. The only thing I not necessarily regret is I kind of wish I waited a little bit longer. Oh, this is the rare, by the way. Let me move that. Let me like actually shrink this. I kind of wish I waited a bit longer to buy, because like when the market first initially opened, like the first 5 minutes, there like the ultra rares were sitting around 300, and someone accidentally listed one for, not accidentally, but maybe it was intentional, for 200. So I actually sniped that. I was like, oh my god, I actually sniped one. And then, you know, of course the price went down below that. But there was a period of time earlier today where there was like 40 listings below 200, like all the way down to 150. and I was kind of hesitant to buy more because I don't have a ton of gems left over. I think I have like a couple hundred left, but I still want to save some just in case, you know, a Marvel announcement or something happen. I don't know, but I always like to have at least a couple hundred gems on hand just in case something happens or whatever. But yeah, like, dude, like the ultra rares are already hitting 250 right now. You know, there's going to be people that are going to take profit, right? A lot of people bought below or at 200 like I did. So right now it's like profit range. Like you could sell it for 144 and make a 30 gem profit, which is not bad, you know. 30, you know, make a 30 gem profit off of 200. Like that's 15%. Pretty good profit margin. So I don't blame people if they take profit right now. So we'll probably see a slight increase in listings because right now we have 62 listings. It might go back up. Are the new comics on here? That's my question. Is the Ghost Rider comic on here? It is. Okay, cool. So I'm kind of curious just for the listing. So ultra rare. Common is at 25 already. Just bought another UR. Let's go. Hell yeah, dude. I grabbed an uncommon. Nice comic. It's a fantastic comic. I got a ton of each of these. Can't break these bot walls? Yeah, we can, Sun Eater. Yeah, we can break through those. What do you think? What do you think about this? Boing, the Johnny Blaze FA and not the Ghost Rider FA though? What do you think about this being like this actually being so that was another thing I was kind of curious about. Like, I guess it's the first appearance of Johnny Blaze, but isn't that also the first appearance of Ghost Rider, right? Or it's Johnny Blaze as Ghost Rider, right? I wonder if that's any different than like Miles Morales as Spider-Man or Ben Reilly as Spider-Man. I wonder if that's any different, but regardless, I'm taking the main reason why I'm bullish on this is pretty much every single comic person that made a video or made content on this comic was like, this is a hodl. This is like a top tier Bronze Age comic and you should hold it. And I'm like, all right, say no more. And I just compared the mints to the value of like the other, like I said, the Amazing Spider-Man 14, like basically the first appearance of like Green Goblin. Cause I was looking at the price cause I was literally looking at this. I know this is kind of a janky way to like look up stuff on the market, but honestly, like this is the easiest way in my opinion. I just go to Veve set list. I go to comics, I organize it by MCP, you know, down or whatever. So typically, obviously the most expensive comics or the quote unquote best ones are at the top. I organize it by least efficient master collector points per whatever. So I was just looking at the ultra rares. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm like, what's around 200 gems? Because that's essentially what the ultra rare was going for. So I'm gonna scroll down. I could organize this by ultra rare, but then it like goes out of order. I think it goes by like release date or something. Avengers 57, which is, I forgot which one that is off the top of my head, but I'm like, this thing, and that has, you know, the same number of mints. You know, Thanos, New Mutants. I'm actually kind of surprised. Some people actually put this comic above New Mutants, which is the first appearance of Deadpool. And once I saw that, I'm like, I think all of them did that, I think. Okay, maybe not. So, and this is also why you check multiple sources, right? So on, I know I'm kind of pulling up a lot of websites, but this is like literally what I had pulled up at one point when I was doing this. Kitty Pryde, Bishop. Okay, Johnny Blaze. So Veve rank, so actually has it above Deadpool on here. Johnny Blaze as Ghost Rider actually has it above. I think he didn't put in the mint numbers or anything yet. But on this sheet, I don't know if you guys seen this one. This was recently updated. They actually put Ghost Rider as at the very bottom of like the AA tier, but New Mutants is over here. So that's kind of an interesting perspective, right? Is like, I know even things in the comic community is not like completely black and white. Like people, you know, value certain things or value certain comics or superheroes, or some are more speculative than others. But like this, the fact that I just saw Ghost Rider somewhere in like basically the top 15, I'm like, all right, I should compare it to the prices towards here. Like, you know, the Vision, what's it called? Green Goblin and, gosh, what was it? Doc Ock and stuff like that. So I just compared those prices. I'm like, it's got to be higher than that because the low mint, and it's sold extremely well, like in real life. So I just kind of put all that information together. And so that's why I was actually like, I saw it at 200 and I thought it was going to keep going above, and it still is, you know, it's above 200 right now, but maybe I pulled the trigger a little too early because I bought them all like around 200 when I could have waited and just bought all 6 at 150, and maybe even with the extra gems buy another ultra rare, but I'll take it. So sorry if I'm a little behind on chat, but I forgot. Oh my God, I forgot I had that thing in the middle of the screen. I apologize, guys, but you guys get what I mean. I swear this always happens. Veve always does this. Give the Givenchy drop come this weekend, or another banger and comic goes back to 17. Yeah, that's it, right? And so, and that's the thing, like, in my personal opinion, this comic is not gonna, like, if people have a bunch of random commons, you know, including this Marvel Spotlight of Johnny Blaze, like, people are more likely to sell the other ones first before this one. So I do think that the Ghost Rider is going to retain his value pretty well. Smash like, everyone. Cheers. Thanks, My Collectibles, for stopping by, man. You've been crushing it with the videos and streams and stuff recently, so I need to stop by and one of your streams sometime and hang out or something. I know we've been talking about hanging out at some point. I mean, if you want to jump on, please, like, let me know. If you got a few minutes, you know, you don't have to stay the whole stream, but if you want to hop on for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, like, or, you know, whatever you have time for, I'm more than happy to talk about the comic, talk about some things that are happening in the market. So let's go to My Collectibles, or all collectibles, not My Collectibles. Look at Storm Common Bot Wolf of 28 listed by same owner and same price. Let's see. It's not always a bot whenever you see a lot listed, right? Whoops, that's not right. You said Storm, right? Common Storm? That's not it. Common Storm. Which one are you looking at? Common Storm? Look at Storm Common for bot wall of 28 listed by the same. Oh, okay. Might not be a bot, maybe. I don't know. Like, I know, like, a lot of people don't update their profile and stuff, right? Like, a lot of people don't put a picture. A lot of people, but it's like, it's not private. He has them all here. He has no followers. Yeah, that's quite a few of these. That's quite a few storms. I tried to get those at 500 and 550, only one of each, then it flew to 1K back. Okay, so Sun Eater, so it didn't last very long. I just heard, I think I was on Dino's stream for a brief period of time, and someone mentioned like, oh man, this was at 500, now it's back up to like 1,000. I'm like, okay, like, and there's a big difference, right? Like, is there actually a floor forming at 500, or is there like one or two or a couple randomly listed at 500 and 550 and that's it? Like, there's a big difference. Great content as always. Thanks, Vibes. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, got a few minutes. Would love to join you. Cool. Just give me, I'm going to boot up Discord because that's what I use, unfortunately. Eventually, I will switch over to, what's it called? That other thing that the other content creators use that's like infinitely easier to set up. We've been at 25 for over an hour. Oh my gosh. It's never going to go above it. Look at these young whippersnappers, so impatient. Always want their NFTs to pump 20% every 30 minutes. Look at these guys. I'm just giving you a hard time, Sun Eater. Yeah, it'll go up. Just give it time, dude. The rare Ghost Rider is so undervalued compared to the others. I think so too. That's why I actually picked up, I think, an extra rare or whatever. No alts season in 90 plus days. We have two traders forget that when the crypto market booms, NFTs sell off as people chase profits. At least ETH-based NFTs. Veve is USD-based. Should be interesting. Yeah, and there's no cashing out yet either, right? So it's a very self-sustained market. Like, honestly, I think Veve would have experienced a much bigger crash if we could have emptied, like, if we had MTL set up like a month ago. If we had MTL set up a month ago, the Veve market would look very different right now. Like, very different. But, you know, we can't cash out, so it's a blessing and a curse, at least during that period of time. Really wonder how much Veve is making on those secondary sales. I can see like 40 commons bought and then relisted every minute just for commons. That's like when, you know, it's 144,000 a day. Yeah, it's a lot. I think they should just eat like 10% fee for selling gems to fiat and make the users happy. They're making so much money from us. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that exactly is the case or what the 10% is. I don't know, maybe it's just because people are used to like other NFT or like platforms to like buy stuff. I don't know, like Veve is a bit different, so I'm sure there's a lot of fees that get involved with just being on I'm sure there's a lot of fees that are involved that because of it being on like Android and iOS and all that stuff. Let's see if my collectibles is ready. You're ready. That's what I meant. Cool. All right, let's get and you guys can still, by the way, you guys can still ask questions in chat about like market stuff, about comics, about any of that stuff. So don't feel like you can't chat or anything like that. I'll keep an eye on chat, and then I'll chime in whenever I see a question or someone wants to talk about something. So, all right, let's go ahead and get my collectibles on board. Maybe turn down the music a tiny bit so I can hear them. Let's do this. Let's see. But I get what you mean, MD. I think there's a ton of fees involved with just being on iOS and like Android devices that like the other NFT platforms don't have to deal with. So I'm sure there's some stuff I don't know, but okay, it doesn't seem like Discord's going through yet. Pulled a rare Ghost Rider from a drop. Totally holding. Hell yeah, Josh B. Congrats, dude. Did you get like an interesting mint number or anything like that? I'm still looking for a mint number 666. Not like the actual 666, but just one with a 666 in it. I think that'd be really, really cool to own. So we haven't gotten 60K this year. You're a smart guy, but your obsession with collectibles in general, more specifically golden moments, is really showing. Yeah, it goes both ways. I'm starting opening up, and mostly because that's what the market is focusing on, right? I'm trying to remember, but someone made a post that said the top, I think it was like 20. I think it was like the top 20 or like top 25 grails on the platform make up like about or over 50% of just like the overall, what's it called? Not total revenue, but I forgot what the term is called. Let me try calling again. It looks like he disconnected. Okay, so he's calling me. Is this working? Yeah, but that's been I'm trying to remember what that list I saw, but someone put it on Twitter, said like the top 25 grails on the platform make up like over 50% of just like just the gross amount of gems that just exist on the app. And like I think it was like 11, a lot like that had all the golden moments except for I think like the very bottom tier ones like Skateboard and like Lady and the Tramp and stuff. Had Steamboat Willie, a couple of the lenticular cards, some other ones, but like almost half of the grails on the platform are all Disney. So that's also like Disney. It's just like the new, not the new hotness, but it's the new thing, right? So it's not new in this sense, but more like let me hang up and re-record this. You're not able to hear me? Trying to get this going. Just having some quick technical difficulties. Okay, is that my camera? It's his camera. You're also muted too, by the way, by collectibles. If you have any other programs running that are using your mic or your camera, like OBS or any like the recording software that you use, it's probably not letting Discord use it. I've had that issue before too. But yeah, like and plus I think probably Disney in general is just one of your safest bets. So I'm kind of expanding my investing strategy to I think we got him. I think we got you. Oh yeah, cool. Let me turn this down a bit so I can hear you. I see you, but no sound. Yeah. Just let me know when you get that figured out. I'll go ahead and keep talking with chat in the meantime, and I'll pull you up when that's fixed. But I get what you're saying, Alex. I miss out on the Fantastic Four #5 SR, and I didn't want to do the same mistake with Ghost Rider SR. So happy to have him. That's awesome, dude. Okay. I kind of wish. Yes, we can hear you. Hell yeah.
I'm here now.
Nice, nice. All right, cool. Let me pull you up on the screen. Yeah, there we go. And then, do I still?
Sorry about that.
Nah, no worries. That exact same thing happened to me. I was trying to jump on someone else's stream, and I'm like, why is this not working? But it was because I had like OBS open, and it was like already using my camera. I just had it running in the background on accident. I just didn't know I had it going. So.
No. For me, it was just Chrome had blocked my microphone for some stupid reason, and so I don't know why. I've been on lots of streams, as people probably know.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it just decided to block my microphone today. But I'm here, so
nice.
Super stoked to be with you. Thanks for inviting me on again, man. I was watching your stream. You're doing such a good job today. It's so cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I know we've been talking on and off about like, hey, like I need to jump on your stream or my stream because I know you're on my stream quite some time ago. So maybe next time I'll hop on yours.
My first ever was your stream.
Yeah, I remember because there was, we had a Twitter chat between, me, you, Old Rhubarb, and Crypto Chris, or Chris V is. Yeah. I still don't know how to pronounce his last name, but
don't try.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit, and we tried to get something going, and our schedules didn't match up, so it just felt like it was just better if we just occasionally one of us would stream, otherwise, we would just kind of hop on, support each other and stuff. And I remember you were like, I've never been on a stream, but like I was like, I noticed that people that do videos a lot enjoy streams because there's like no setup, you could just talk, you don't have to like map out all this content or do any editing, and it's nice because you look at chat, they just provide unlimited content. They ask questions. They want to know, kind of explain this, or, hey, I'm new. Can you explain what a gem squeeze is? And then you have to explain that. So it's kind of fun, right? Streaming versus videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best I've found because, like I said, so many awesome questions get answered and get asked. And then it makes you think about stuff, and people bring up stuff you never would have thought of. And you can really find out what's going on in people's minds and in the community, more than just like, doing a video, doing our own research like we do, and throwing out our opinions. We can get like real-time reaction from people. And and what you're looking at today, all the stuff with the Ghost Rider comic, yeah, it's a really cool comic, super cool covers. Talk about the best covers ever. And you might have already mentioned it too, but my video earlier today, I put Ghost Rider in a top 10, like this comic, as a top 10 pick. But I took the information from Veve and 3, like Old Rhubarb. He did that video yesterday, and you may have already mentioned it, how he breaks down the comic, like this particular Ghost Rider. And so I put a link in my video as well, like just so everybody go to his channel if they want. Not trying to pump his channel, just the info is great. He tells you all about like what the comic's about. And for me, like I know a decent amount about comics, but there was stuff in there that I didn't know. And I really think the ultra rare is the one, because the secret rare's got him, without the skull. And yeah. I think it's fantastic, but the ultra rare and then of course the original cover, those two seem to me be the best ones out of this one to get. The secret rare will be more valuable because it's secret rare, but the fact that he doesn't have his flaming head on the secret rare, I think is like kind of disappointing, just honestly, right? Just the way I think, but it's definitely gonna be valuable, right? Because it's a secret rare.
It's exactly. It's a secret rare. But I agree with Old Rhubarb, and I told him in his comment, I was like, yeah, I really like the ultra rare and rare covers, but I kind of don't like how the art covers like a portion of like the name of Ghost Rider, so it kind of cuts it off. But he's like, yeah, I had the same thought, but I didn't want to be too negative or whatever. I'm like, no, dude, like just voice what you think. Like, and plus he has such good, the way he presents, he's such a positive guy. He has such good delivery that like, even if he was to be, let's say, critiquing something, he doesn't come off as being, negative or anything like that. I'm like, dude, like just voice what you think, And plus, like the nice thing about Veve is like most of Veve is subjective, right? So it's all a lot of his opinion based. So if you like, and not every comic cover by like a new artist is going to be a home run, right? Or by Veve, if it's a Veve, like not only going to be a home run, but it is what it is. But I still bought unknowingly a lot of the ultra rares during the comic. Did you hear that story that I was telling earlier about how I didn't know I bought some?
Missed it. I did see that you had a bunch, but I didn't know the story. What's the story?
So
I just tuned in, like
Yeah, so I played the drop, didn't get it, and I was like, I'm gonna go to the gym, and maybe I'll buy a couple, and plus the delivery's gonna take a while. So I was at the gym, and then I was like, between sets, I was like looking at the prices and stuff, and I was trying to snipe some because I was like, dude, like if this comic goes below 200 or around 200, like I'm gonna buy like maybe one or two, and then I was trying to snipe some. And then it would say, like, for some random reason, it would say I bought it. It would show like the blue or show like the green check mark. But then like half a second later, it would say you just missed it. So I'm like, damn, like, why is it saying I got it, but I missed it? Like, whatever. And I didn't check to go look at my collectibles. And I did that for like the common, the rare, the ultra rare, the uncommon. So I got like 2 times more than I originally thought I got. So I was like, oh, I probably got 5
floors.
I know. I didn't even realize I was doing it. And I came back. I'm like, oh my God. And I checked my wallet. I'm like, wait, did I deduct it from my wallet? And sure enough, it did. But I'm glad I still bought them. Like, I'm very bullish on, this is probably the first time I've been like super bullish on a comic, probably just because it's like one of the more recent ones that's actually like kind of a top tier one. It's been a while since we've had one of those. I'm trying to remember the last time that we had a comic like that it's like, hey, if this comic releases, it's up there. It's in like the top 10 or 15. I don't think we've had those in a while.
Yeah, and I like what you said about the Bronze Age. So that's kind of like 1970s and stuff like that. The Silver Age is, like the Spider-Man comics and all that, like in the 60s. And then there's like the Golden Age, which is like, Action Comics 1, Marvel Comics 1, like way back when. But the Bronze Age, is getting a lot of attention, especially in the movies and stuff. We got the Morbius, movie coming up. That's, the living vampire, and he's in the Bronze Age, and so, that one we don't have in the app, of course, right? But I think we'll probably get something along those lines. And then this, this Ghost Rider, like, it's like what you always say, right? Like, they don't drop these comics for no reason at all. And there's a lot of talk around, like, Ghost Rider and, could be coming up in the movies at some point. Like, Nick Cage played him before. And those were kind of fun movies. They were kind of like neat, but that was back pre-MCU, and superhero movies were just really getting going after the Blade one kind of started everything off. And then, we got the Spider-Man trilogy, back in the early 2000s. So we had these couple of Ghost Rider movies, which were kind of fun, right? Like I always like Nick Cage. He's kind of cool. And, not at all at the level of the MCU and where they could go, especially with the animation on his head. And I really do also like that my son and both my kids play Fortnite, and they have for like the past 3 or 4 years. And I really like how Veve and 3 put out that little clip about, hey, people like the kids who maybe didn't read this comic in the 70s or whatever, or didn't see the movie, they're actually like, using Ghost Rider in Fortnite, and the skin that they released looks amazing. My son has the skin, when you're going around, you can like use the chain to like whip the walls, and when you come flying in, if you know Fortnite at all, if you come flying in, you're standing on the back of his bike, and it's pretty rad. So it's, there's obviously something happening with Ghost Rider. I don't know what, but it's obviously something happening. So
yeah, no, that's awesome. And I put out a tweet earlier. I mean, I know I'm just kind of showing this again because I know we have a lot of new users in here. And Growler, thank you so much for joining the Common Gang. I appreciate that as well. So welcome to the Vibe Tribe. That's what I'm going to name my members now. You join the
Vibe Tribe.
The Vibe Tribe. But so I put out this tweet earlier. I'm kind of going over again just because new people are joining. I just put that people are disrespecting Ghost Rider. I said it's a top tier Bronze Age comic, which I learned from, old Rhubarb, Veve 3. He's a popular character, 30K mints, potential future MCU appearance, and this comic sold for $265K as a 9.8 grade last year. I think it'll do a massive reversal price soon. And I was thinking in my head because I was talking to my brother and my friend who kind of got me into Veve. So me and him talk quite a bit whenever there's like a drop. Sometimes I'll be on the phone with them when the market opens. So they're like, oh, should I snipe this? Or, oh my God, look over here, look at this price, and this is moving. And so we try to help each other buy what we want and like when's a good time and stuff. And so I'm like, dude, you should buy some of the comics because I do think like they're super low right now. And even if the prices go lower, like I see like a massive price reversal on these. I'm like, later tonight or at the very latest, like probably like by the end of the week. And of course, these will go up super long term. But I mean, like we're seeing some significant movements. Like I think like by the end of the today, because you've seen it before too. Like you've been on the app long enough to like there'll be a drop happen and it'll be, you know, it'll go up and down and then it'll kind of settle finally around like 250 or whatever that, you know, the drop is. Then all of a sudden you log in later that night and you're like, wait, how did this go to 400? Like it just doubles in price. You're just like, what happened? I could totally yeah, and it's like I could totally see this comic doing that though. It's like, you know, like maybe the next time we log in tomorrow, all of a sudden the common's at 35 gems and we're just like, whoa, what happened? Like the price,
right? I know. No, it's going to be wild, right? So I picked up an uncommon just like, you know, 10 minutes ago because it's a little bit cheaper than the common, you know, like by a buck or like a gem. But I'll be grabbing probably the rare. I'm looking at the ultra rare. I'm just making a few moves to see what I can do to get it. And, you know, the ultra rare for me is like probably my target. It's like 200 and something, right? So, hey, I got to shoot off. I wanted to just say hi.
Oh, yeah.
But can I come back in a little while? I just have to give someone a ride. That's how nice of a guy I am. I have to give someone a ride.
Nah, no worries.
Are you going to be on for a bit? I'd love to come back and chat a little bit more.
Yeah, I literally just started the stream. I said literally just started 45 minutes ago, but I'll be on for like a couple more hours, probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. So if you're going to be back before then, that'd be ideal.
Yeah, if that's cool with you, because I'd love to keep chatting with you.
Yeah.
I just got to do a little, give someone a ride, but I definitely wanted to get on just really quick because I was excited to even just talk about this comic for 2 minutes. But yeah, maybe I see other people are in the chat too. Sleeping, you know, like
yeah, I have to figure it out.
Oh, he would be good to ask about the thing. Anyway, I'll just connect with you, and
sure.
if you're around in a bit, I'll be back shortly.
Awesome. Yeah. Just hit me up on in Discord or just in chat when you get back. Sounds good. Drive safe. All right.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Right.
Thanks, man.
See ya. That was nice of him to stop by. Get a little different perspective. Also, if any of you other guys, if you guys just want to hop on for the bit and shoot the shit, I know I've never had you guys on here. If you guys want, or if you guys are busy, it doesn't matter to me. Gale or Sleeping in Comics, if you guys want to, I do it via Discord. I know a lot of people use a different platform to add people on, but if you guys want to jump on, that'd be great. If not, you guys can just shoot the shit in chat. What a great guy. He is really awesome. He's been in me and him started our channels. I think his channel might be a little bit older than mine, not by much, but he does a fantastic job of just being consistent with like good content. I do want to have my content probably match more like slightly what like Andrew Ellis and like what My Collectibles does is like occasionally talk about what I'm doing with my vault, what moves am I making in the market, what are some general terms. Like one of the videos I've been wanting to make for a while, I loaded the boat. I want to join LMAO JK. One day I do actually want to have on members, right? So if you are a member, I do want to actually have like a member hangout in like Discord or whatever to do stuff. Dino, you know you're always welcome to join, dude. Very positive dude, great info. Yeah, he's great. But I do want to make some more kind of like general topic videos because I do think kind of just focusing on just the market is like fine. But I would love to do a video that's like, what is it like? I don't know, like, what is it? Because a lot of people ask, like, what is a gem squeeze? Or even just like a video like terms you should know being on Veve. Because a lot of people don't know, like, what is a gem squeeze? What is a rebound? What is it that, like, we say all these terms and we just assume people know what it is, but they really don't. You know, FA, FE, like, oh, what is that? Or grail, like, what is a grail? What's the difference between a grail and a blue chip? You know, most people use it interchangeably. I do think there's a subtle difference between the two for the most part, but we all know where to come for market talk. Oh my God, dude, we got everyone in here. We got the gang. Do you have my Twitter? Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's see if we can get... what is my name on Discord? I don't even know. Cool. Well, just get everyone in here. Oh, Rhubarb, Dino, I'll come in for a bit for sure. Send a link. I need like I need like 20 minutes. Okay. Well, it's on Discord, so you can just jump on whenever you want. Just hit me up. Just say you're ready. Dino. I know I don't use, God, what's it called? It's the one that looks like a goose. I keep forgetting the name of it. I keep forgetting the name of the software that like a lot of people use to talk or do that. That does seem very simple to use, so I think I will do that if I do plan on hosting like other content creators in the future. Chilia, good evening. Good evening. Get sleeping on. We need more info about the comic. I loaded the boat. Dino, sup fam. What do you think, ultra rare Ghost Rider or ultra rare Black Panther animated? Let's look at Black Panther really quick. We'll look them up really quick. I actually need to switch this off of Top Gainers. Need to refresh that. I don't know. Some people were asking me the other day too, is Black Panther a grail? At least like the secret rare? To be quite honest, I don't think it's grail territory, but I think it's like really high up there. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like really high up there. I would probably put it between like secret rare Captain America and Superman. Like, I would put it really high up there. Probably closer to Superman, like price wise. I think like Black Panther could hit up there, but like secret rare Black Panther, I'm mostly looking at like the mints, and it's also just getting, you know, it was basically birthed during a gem squeeze, right? So that's like really, really tough for Black Panther. If it wasn't a gem squeeze, I think it could like really take off. Like if we're in like a really bullish market, like we were in early February, late January, or something like that, like it's definitely see Black Panther like really taking off. But right now it's just hard to tell. And that's the other thing I'm kind of afraid of is like if we get, because this is the first appearance of Black Panther as T'Challa, I believe, right? It doesn't say it in the description, but it depends on if there's the MCU later and we get a new Black Panther and it's like, all right, cool, we're gonna get an FA of that new Black Panther. Now we have two. Not entirely sure. That's obviously pretty speculative for the most part, but let's see. I got another pending. Cool. What's up? Awesome. We got sleeping. Just want to make sure everything's kind of lined up for that. Also want to do him justice here. Where is it? Sure. Awesome. All right, cool. Let's do this. We're doing it, people. We're doing it. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, I don't think it's going to show my camera just because it's already being used by OBS to show the stream and stuff, but I'll pull you up here in a second. But thanks for hopping on, man. That is not correct. Let's see this. Oh, that's the wrong screen. That's why.
I even know if this is working.
Yeah. Let's see. There we go. I think we got you. Awesome. Thanks for hopping on, Sleeping. We might get a couple more people jumping on here. We might get Dino. I'm not sure if StreamYard. That's what it's called. Thanks, Gail. Can't lose either way. But yeah, Gail, if you want to hop on too, just let me know. I know I'm doing everything through Discord, but eventually I will get set up with StreamYard. That does seem to be like the easiest way to get people in.
I'm on live. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah,
I can't hear you. Let me see if I
Can you hear me? Should be able to hear me now. We can hear you. You might have to switch your output on like your Discord or something like that in order to get that going. Ghost Rider's pumping, sleeping in the house. Let's go. Yeah, I know, right? That's awesome.
say something.
Can't lose either way. But yeah,
Can you hear me at all?
if you want to hop
Yeah,
on
I can
too,
hear
just let
you.
me know.
I think there's an echo going because you got my stream
I will
going.
get set up with StreamYard. That does seem to be like the easiest way to get people in.
I'm on live. Can you hear me at all? I
Yeah.
can't hear you.
I think you got the stream live in the background, so it's like echoing.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. something like that. Just look at sleeping while he's confused. But in the meantime, I'm actually going to be taking a little picture here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear me? Maybe not. I don't know what it is. Maybe I do need to switch to StreamYard. Like, this is like the second person that's on. At least you're going to make my collectibles feel better, because he was struggling too with getting it set up on OBS. Let me give me a sec here. Image. Set this up. All right, looks like he disconnected. We're probably gonna try and like connect and reconnect here. We'll get this figured out. Don't worry, guys. Love the spontaneity. Yeah, me too. I do need to start up StreamYards. Try again. Join call. It says he's on the call. I'm in that call. Can you hear me now? Okay. You can hear me, but we can't hear you now. Nah, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Next team gonna be, yes, we can hear you. Yes, we could hear you earlier.
Oh.
There we go. We can hear you.
Oh, great. All
Okay.
right.
Maybe it might be because you have your mic setting set to like sound or whatever, and like the input sensitivity is like low, you know?
Yeah, but you
So-
can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. So I might
Yeah, let me see if I can turn it up.
yeah, turn that up. I'll
I'm
turn
not
that like
using my mic because for whatever reason it didn't like it when I was using my mic, so it's
Yeah.
actually going through the mic on the camera. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. So do you so when you join other people's streams, do they usually use StreamYard? Is that what they typically use?
Yeah, or just YouTube. That's what I do. I'm pretty feeble at it. So
Oh, on you. Is there a way to add people on YouTube or like?
I don't
stream?
know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a streaming guy.
Gotcha. But awesome, man. Thanks for hopping on. I know the Gale
Yeah,
can't.
I can't see you though, so that's kind of weird. Oh,
Yeah, it's because my OBS is using my camera already, and it's like I don't know why it's like
okay,
not.
so I should
able-
just watch it like live and turn down the volume.
Yeah, you could just watch the stream, but like mute the stream. So like
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
listening
just
to me,
muted it.
and then you can like follow chat, because chat is going to be delayed for me too. I know it's a bit off, so next time I need to set up StreamYards going
Oh,
forward.
it's all good, man.
But
We're all having fun.
yeah, of course. So what do you think about this Ghost Rider drop? Did you like? I knew this was going to be pretty big going in, mostly because of I actually went to your tier list video before the drop, and I saw that you placed it pretty high B tier for the most part.
Yeah.
But you put it below New Mutants, right? Like just below New Mutants or right above?
Well, my tier is just a big, and I probably need to do a better job of that. It's just a big pool. Like it's a tier B. It's
Gotcha.
They're all the same in there. I think it's alphabetical order.
Ah, okay.
So I should probably denote that because people think it's actually in order. I think it's hard to like actually order them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
These are, Black Widow, Hawkeye, etc. They're all in this big pool together. That's how I kind of look at it. There's
Yeah.
probably some in there I should probably demote now that we're getting some better comics.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's how I kind of think about it.
Yeah, because I kind of compared your list with are you familiar with Boodle NFT? The other guy who does like the.
I don't know. I have never actually interacted with that person, but I know he is or she is, and they do a great job.
Yeah. I was looking at their. It's funny because their tier list has like AAA, then AA, then A, then B, and it's it's kind of hard to rank these comics, to be honest, because it's a lot of it's based on, is it your favorite superhero, or is there speculation for MCU stuff? Like, how do you? And I used to think like comics were very black and white, but like the more I kind of dig into it, it's like totally not like that at all. Like similar to kind of collectibles, but.
And it's kind of the game of speculation too. Like everybody knows who Spider-Man is, so obviously that's an expensive comic, but how much more can it go? Everybody knows who he is. Whereas, say for example, Dane Whitman, the Black Knight guy, that's Avengers 47. Nobody really knows who that is. So there's, all this that comic can really move up. So if you can buy low on that one, maybe you can make a bunch of money on that. So it's that kind of speculative thing, and so it's difficult to and I really should you really probably should have multiple lists. Like this is when you're looking at it from a speculation perspective. This is when you're looking at it from a pure value perspective. This is, that might be another way to look at it.
Yeah, because I remember I commented on one of your videos, and I know I'm there too. Like I get tons of comments on my videos. So it's hard to reply to them all and stuff. But I would love to see a video of you breaking down, because a lot of the time people don't always approach you just saying, hey, this or this, right? A lot of them say, hey, I have 400 gems. What should I buy, right? I would love to get a video of you breaking down what is, in your opinion, the best comic to get for 100. Like if you just wanted one comic for 100 gems. Then 300 gems.
Obviously it changes all the time. Should we do it right now for fun?
Yeah, if you don't mind. And I would love to hear your safe bet and then your speculative one. So it's hey, this is safe, but if I could speculate and maybe these gems are kind of more for play. You know what I mean? Because there's some ones that are all right, this is safe. Because sometimes people ask me that too. They're all right, I have 400 gems. What should I buy? I'm okay, well, you could get a lenticular card, but I do think there's a huge upside for Ben Reilly because Ben Reilly's super cheap. That one skyrocketed up to 1100, right? It has a lot of potential. The lenticular cards have a proven track record of doing well, but Ben Reilly, I mean, he's done it before, but so I wonder if there's some sort of equivalent with that with comics where it's hey, this is a safe bet, but hey, if this hits MCU or if these characters start making more of an appearance over the next couple of years, that's a really big upswing, right?
Yeah, I think for 100, anytime you can get any of those tier A ones or tier S ones under 100, you can't go wrong, right? And we've seen that, with MC1. Now, MC1 is in its own class, and that's really why I have it in that tier S class.
Yeah.
That these commons, and there's a lot of MC1. I mean, that's a huge, compared to most of them now are, there's only 21,000 commons. So same with ASM1, there's a lot of those. And so I think that any of those tier A comics that you can get for, under 100, which I think Daredevil might be under 100 right now. I think Ultimate Fallout 4 might be under 100 right now. So yeah, those would be my picks to grab. And then pushing into tier B, if you can get those for relatively low, those are probably not bad, because I think a lot of those tier Bs will eventually get to 100. I think a lot of those commons will be worth 100. It might take a while, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, because I remember you saying earlier before that you were going to start stacking, or at least I remember you kind of recommending to me to start stacking the Ultimate Fallout commons, because those are sitting right about 100 right now. So would you say that's probably a really good pickup for 100 gems? If you could pick up just one comic? Yeah,
under 100. I'd never buy them for 100. And actually, I'm done buying Ultimate Fallout 4s. I bought them all, around 30 or whatever it was.
Oh, jeez.
So, I mean, I used to literally buy an Ultimate Fallout 4 every day.
Wow.
So that one is, and I talked about this in one of my videos. I can never remember which one. I get confused. I'm sure you do too. I'm sure. But you're looking. Okay, so how am I going to get gems in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, etc. Right? So, and I'm not going to sell my grails. I'm not going to sell my Todd. I don't want to sell. I don't. That's the way everybody is, right? So it's not valid to say, how am I going to get gems? I'm going to sell my Walt. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Or maybe not ridiculous, but you know what I'm saying. So I have these, what I think are these maturity points for each of these collectibles. And so right now, Ghost Rider is, extremely mature. It came out, 8 hours ago, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so, and as you said, I think it had its kind of run up. It might fall down because we'll get something big, so it might go under. So my price point just mentally for that one is $20. I'd like to grab them under $20, a bunch of them. And then it would hopefully mature either when the movie came out, although we have no rumors on a movie and no rumors on, we have rumors of a movie and rumors of a show, but we have no dates. For example, She-Hulk, we have a date, right? It's coming out this year, or Moon Knight is coming out, I think, in couple weeks almost, so we have dates on some of these, but Ghost Rider is unknown, right? It's probably not going to come out this year, so you might have, but just the fact that that comic is so strong, I think it eventually will get to 100 and you'll be able to sell it. So I'm thinking, 4 months from now, that's where I'm going to get my gems. I'm going to get my gems from Ghost Rider. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess I know someone probably asked you this before, but like, how far out do you typically think when you're thinking about your investments? I mean, I know it by nature, most comic collectors are just hodlers by nature, right? So is there typically a price point, or is it more of like a timeline that you try to like sell your comics, or at least on the Veve side of things? Do you have any of that set up, or is it just like, hey, when I get 5 years from now, I'm just gonna look at the prices and just see what's up?
No, for most of them, it is this 3 to 4 month time period, because that I haven't even been in the app since October, so I mean I haven't even been here that long compared to a lot of people, but that's what I've seen. It's you think about like Walt, that seems like an eternity ago, and in the lifespan of the app, it is actually quite a bit of time. Or Secret Rare Spider-Man, all the way back, right? So an Ultimate Fallout 4, I think, was in November. Don't quote me on that. So yeah, you generally, for comics right now, for the bigger ones, I mean, some of them are just never going to pop because people don't know who this character is. Until we can get more traction or knowledge of that character, it's just not going to pop. Or they're just not that big of a character, they're never going to pop, maybe, right? But I think generally 3 to 4 months, my game plan is hopefully you're going to 4x, so in this month, or maybe 5x. So Ghost Rider I bought for 20, I hopefully will sell for 100. I'm going to be making 80 gems. I'm going to buy a bunch of them. I might buy 10 of them, 20 of them, something like that. And that's where I'm going to get my gems in 3 to 4 months, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Gotcha. No, that doesn't... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say that's what I've been doing. I don't really put as much money into the app, very much in the app at all, hardly anymore. I'm lucky in that way because I'm getting all my gems right now from Ultimate Fallout 4 because I bought a bunch of them. And then my next step will be, whatever pops next, right? Maybe it will be Storm because I bought a bunch of the Storms. Or maybe, and I probably should have bought more, especially because it's kind of down. I did buy some of the common Black Panthers. I think those are going to be huge, right?
Oh yeah.
And they did take a dip here in this last week. I should have bought some more. I think I have 5 of them or something like that. So, but yeah, that one is one that might pop sooner rather than later. And there you're going to get gems too. And then it's just slow process where you're just moving up the ladder.
Awesome. So it sounds like you've been basically using comics as your wallet for a while. So anytime there's a new announcement or whatever, it's like, all right, I'm just going to sell up 1 or 2 Fallouts or whatever it is, depending on how big.
Yeah. And it didn't really mean it to be that way, but it started because I bought 20 ASM ones. So that's where I got lucky.
Yeah. But that's smart though, because you're having your gems work for you, right? Because like, what's the alternative? Is that you just let them sit there and you're just kind of waiting for a new thing, right? And at some point you have to let some things go. But
yeah, or the problem is when I invest in things that are expensive and then I'm going to keep it. So a perfect example of that would be I really thought long and hard about getting the Black Panther Secret Rare because Black Panther's awesome and that one is awesome and it's awesome. But I think it fell all the way to around, don't quote me, you'd have the charts, right? But it probably fell to around 1,500 maybe or something like that, maybe even lower than that. It's probably up over 2,000 now. And but that is a bulk of my gems that I have right now. And so then I would be stuck, right? And we both talk about this, how if you use up all your gems, especially on a grail like a Secret Rare Black Panther that I probably am never going to want to spend or sell, then I'm stuck. You're stuck. You can't. Yeah. So I'd like to get that one, but I'll probably never get it, honestly, unless I put some money into the app and grab them.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try, and it seems like My Collectibles and Dino are both trying to get on. I'm gonna try and add them. No. Like, please stay on. I'm gonna try and add them to the call, and we should be able. That should work. So let me just figure this out. So add friends.
Do you want me to keep babbling while you do that?
Oh yeah, if you don't mind. So like at least for how hard do you think these Ghost Riders are gonna run? Like, do you think they're gonna be priced similarly to like Amazing Spider-Man 14, like the first appearance of Green Goblin, as well as like Dr.
I
Octopus?
think they're
Like,
gonna
how?
take a while to run because we're kind of
Uh-huh.
in this weird gem squeeze that never seems to end ever.
Mhm.
But of thinking about it is this is the new reality, right?
Mhm.
But I think they're gonna do quite well. I do think the commons eventually, once again, I don't know how long, will get to $100.
Awesome.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm getting the.
Bro, you stacked those Ghost Riders today, fam?
Oh, I did. I did for sure. Unknowingly, I did. I was at the gym and it was giving me this error saying that I didn't buy them, and I'm like, what's going on? So it would tell me very briefly that I didn't buy it. So it would show a little check mark that I bought it. Then it, like half a second later, it would say, oh, you just missed it. So I was like, oh, I guess I'm not getting these. Like, what the heck's going on? So I thought I bought like 2 ultra rares, 2 rares, 2 uncommons, and like 5 commons. I ended up buying 6 ultra rares, 5 uncommons, and 5 of the rares. I'm just like,
You're happy though. Ultra rares are 250 now, fam.
oh yeah, they've really taken off. So I'm actually
That's because secret rares just went over a K. They just bumped up instantly. They went from
Yeah, I grabbed one
850.
for 700. So
They went from $850 to $1,000 in like 10 minutes just now.
yeah,
yeah, I guess some people like Ghost Rider.
yeah. Just some people. And it seems like Ghost Rider isn't like, he's popular, but he seems like more of like probably has like more of like a cult following than like a mass following, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to like
think you're
describe
right.
that.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I think it has more of a like a cult following than just like a mass following like Spider-Man, right? At least in my mind. So
I think people saw Sleeping Comics video and Comics and Crypto, and they said,
Oh, yeah.
first Grail comic in a while, time to buy.
yeah, exactly.
You didn't say that.
It's very true though. Like
I was trying to hide it from everybody so they didn't know. I failed.
The problem is everyone knows now. Everyone goes to Go Collect and they're like, oh, this one sold for $250K? Oh, buy.
Yeah, that was a wacko one. I actually saw that auction live when they sold that one. That was crazy.
No
Last
kidding.
summer.
That's crazy. That's perspective. Also, My Collectibles, what's up, bro?
Hey, how you doing, Dino? How's your girl? Is she feeling better?
Yeah, she's getting better, man. She still sounds like freaking Darth Vader. Like, just terrible. When she's, it's like...
Yeah.
But her oxygen levels are good. They gave us one of those little home testers. So she's still getting the air. She just sounds terrible as she's doing it. But the fever broke, so we're good. Once the fever broke, the doctor was not worried at all. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, good to hear, man. Good to hear.
thank you, guys. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I was super late on my live that day. I'm like, well, I'm just going to talk about this for 5 minutes and then go sit with my kid,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she hit 102.5. It was like, oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fever. That's a fever.
I was gonna say I have a pretty super rare, not a secret rare, but a super rare Ghost Rider comic up over my right
Oh,
shoulder.
really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's I guess I could grab it.
I was going to ask you about that one too, actually, because I could sort of see that from here.
Yeah.
What's the grade? What's the grade on it?
It's a 9.6.
Bro, wow.
Nice.
9.6. That's up there. So that's
up there.
This is Robbie
That's
Reyes, though. This is not
Johnny
Blaze.
Blaze.
Johnny Blaze.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's
awesome.
a $70,000 piece, but it's not the Johnny Blaze.
Yeah.
No, it's still a pretty cool one, though. I really like.
Oh,
this
it's
artist,
amazing.
and it's a very rare book.
Mm.
So I'm trying to figure out how to show you guys. It's tough. Anyway, it's
Dude, that
kind of fun
looks
if you like
good.
comics.
Yeah, that's super great. That's super great.
Awesome. So
Yeah, guys. So, like, are you guys? I didn't. I had to pop off there for a little bit to go give someone a ride, but because I got on just before,
mhm.
so I missed a little bit of the chat that you guys were doing. I mean, I don't want you guys to rehash and repeat, but did you sleep in? Sorry if you don't mind me asking. Did you grab a secret rare today? I think you mentioned something about having a secret rare. Yeah.
I got one for 700.
That's
awesome.
That's you got it on the way down then when it was like up around like 800 or 900, then it actually went down to like I think 500 or 550, like very, very briefly, and then it went back up. So you caught it at a very good time. So congrats on that.
I rarely advise buying, as you probably do too, on this, especially when things are being released or when things are being, and I've been burned by it more times. I probably shouldn't have done it. But I think that, you're watching, and this is where you guys, can see it here in your charts and whatnot. But if you're watching them come out, you especially on the day one, that most likely everybody's bought it for $7. So I always think about anybody who's selling today, they just don't, for whatever reason, they want to sell the comic. I don't care why, but they want to sell it. So they're motivated sellers. That's the way I look at it. And so with motivated sellers with a ridiculous profit margin, the difference for someone making 700 and even 600, obviously it's 100 gems, but they're excited because they're making a ton of money. So you're watching the prices just come down, and as soon as they start really multiplying up in terms of, like, you see all these 800s appear, I know that someone's going to drop it to 700. So you're just watching them slowly add in and just kind of floor each other out. The trick is it's like, when are you going to pull the trigger and buy it? And so today it was 700 for me.
Yeah.
But you're looking at there's a lot of comics. The lowest secret rare comic is what, 250 or something like that. So you have some brackets, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to go to 250.
No, there's no way.
So, and a bunch of them that are valuable. For example, like Captain America 117 first Sam Wilson. That's a big comic, and that secret rare is like 500. So I'm thinking, well, it's probably not going to go to that. It could go to that, but that's kind of like the very bottom in my mind. I actually, while I was watching, would see every now and then a 500. Someone would throw it out there for 500, and it was bought instantly. I tried to buy it actually, but I'm not fast enough.
Yeah. Well, I just missed a 4-digit rare, and I just missed that one. So somebody snagged that, but I did get a rare just now, and I got a common just now. I had the uncommon a little earlier today, and I purchased it. You guys have already been talking about it, but I purchased it at like 24, and that was about an hour ago, and it's like 32, 33 now. So I'm not expecting it to go crazy. It's just the uncommon, but yeah, the price is going up on these just slowly here. But yeah, the rare is the highest level that I got to. I want the ultra rare. I'll probably get that at some point, but I can't quite do it yet. I have to do some wheeling and dealing, you guys.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Liquidate some stuff. Maybe I'm not going to sell my Bond car though. I've watched the price come down on that about 100 gems in the last day, and
I'll trade you right now.
Bond car.
Ultra rare for that Bond car.
I'm riding that Bond car all the way out, and then it's not the secret rare; it's the ultra rare, right? But
yeah.
I'm gonna keep that one for a long time. That one in my garage, nicely polished. Maybe take out my phone, put it on screen, maybe get a little bit of like a phone polisher, just be like, woo, keep it.
Yeah. I think
just stop me, guys. Just stop me anytime.
Yeah, no, that's a good centerpiece for a vault, right? Because all together with the ultra rares and secret rares, there's only 2,500 of them total. 2,000 being the ultra rare, and there's like 500-ish. I noticed that Veve took 90 of the secret rares out of 507, so there's even less of those. So really, it's closer to like
423 total with the 007s.
Yeah, so that's a nice little centerpiece thing, and I do think that is something that will go up. There's a lot of Aston Martin just fans across the world, and it's probably one of the most iconic cars in the world / Hollywood / whatever it is. So you're gonna say something, Sleeping?
I was gonna say I wanted to get one.
Yeah,
I kind of want to get the secret rare one, but they're so expensive.
Yeah. Wait, next
not the 007, not the You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You probably bidding that 10 mil. That was you, right, Sleeping? You were bidding 10 mil on that car today.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous. I think I'm kind of glad they did that because it shows kind of some holes in their system that they're gonna have to fix. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that means that 007 car or that number 7 mint will never get auctioned. Someone's always gonna just mess with it and just put it for 9 million, right? And they're just never gonna pay. So I didn't. To be honest, I didn't think about that, but that number 7, the number 1 and number 7 are going to be the most expensive mints out of the 7, in my personal opinion.
So if you got one, would you guys have sold it?
I already said what I thought I would do. I feel like it's one of those like things that you either sell within the first like 7 days or you wait 7 years and you just find that perfect buyer for the, for the time. But I think what I would have done is I probably would have auctioned it like off app. And I would have said, I'll take any combination of OMI, ETH, gems, or dollars. Because even if you did put it up in the market for, let's say, 100,000, there's someone that could have been willing to buy it for $250,000. But it's, their assets are in different places, right? Maybe they could have given you some NFTs. They're like, all right, I'll give you 100,000 gems plus these NFTs plus this OMI plus like they could have added a whole bunch, right? So I would have tried to get it as much as I could, sell it within the first week. Plus, it's a great publicity thing, right? Like imagine Sleeping Comics, gets the number 7 mint. He streams it live, the whole transaction, and like there's a bunch of hype, and he gets a bunch of subs, and there's a bunch of hype around the community, like Veve community and stuff. Like I think that'd be awesome. So I would have done it probably within like the first couple weeks or something like that. I wouldn't have known how to do that, but
100%.
Something like that. I would have done something like that.
Yeah, I would have kept it for a bit, just to flex on it for a while, and then probably sold it. There was some fun discussion we had about what if you had on your channel the membership category and you opened up like a new one, and it was, basically just for a giveaway to give that one away. And I know it sounds insane, so stick with me. And you charge like, I don't know, $20 for the membership. You promote it for like 4 or 5 days. See how many people would like join your membership just for the drop. And then, you can put it on a randomizer and like, could you imagine a giveaway of that magnitude? I think that would destroy the app.
I think that'd be a little bit much.
No,
even for Kobe. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I said
I don't think I would do that. I'm just joking around, but
yeah. I said even for Kobe Collects, I think that'd be a little bit much. That'd be a little bit much. Even for someone like Kobe Collects who gave away a Walt, I think even that would be a bit much.
Yeah, but he didn't give away a Walt. You know that, right? He didn't give it away.
I thought he gave one away.
Kobe doesn't give stuff away. Well, he's very generous. He gives stuff away all the time. But his blind boxes are paid events. You have to pay real money to be in them.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah. So it's like a profitable business, basically.
Yeah, it's smart too, and I would love to see more of those like community based, like blind box stuff, or kind of like more community based events. Because I mentioned this before. Like I think it would be awesome if Veve added a feature where you could basically do your own blind box, not blind box, but basically do your own raffle in the app. So let's say you're trying to sell a Marvel Comics #1 secret rare, which is what right now, like 64,000 or something like that. It's somewhere up there.
My God.
Not everyone has 64,000 gems, but imagine if you basically did a random ticket raffle where someone could buy 10,000. There's 10,000 tickets total, and now everyone only has to spend 64 gems to buy a ticket. And so everyone could just buy one ticket and say, like, I think there are some people out there that are willing to spend 64 gems for a very small chance to win a comic that could change their entire vault, right? And, multiply by by how many people are on the app and all that kind of stuff. And now you can actually charge a premium because, hey, now I can charge 70,000 for it, because to the people that are buying 64 versus 70 gems doesn't really matter, right? It's only 6 more gems to them. But for you, that's an extra... Heck, that's an extra $6,000, right? So now you can actually charge a bit higher than the floor, and it's kind of a cool event thing, right? Like maybe it could, maybe the thing lasts for 3 days, so there's 3 days where the people can buy tickets, but you can advertise it on Twitter, you can advertise it in the Veve feed and all that kind of stuff. Be like, hey, I'm auctioning off this, not auctioning, but doing a raffle of this giant thing, and you're almost kind of doing your own community-based drop, right? In a way where people are buying tickets and hoping they win. So I'm sure they'll probably find a way to maybe have a limit, like per account you can only buy 20 tickets or something like that, in case people aren't buying like half the tickets. But
I tried to buy a MC1 SR. I don't know if you guys know that story.
Oh really? No, I don't.
Mm-mm.
It was probably about 3 months ago or something like that. Everything was obviously a lot less, and so there was another like kind of odd gem squeeze, and people were selling the MC1. I think it was for around 32,000 gems, which is still a lot, but not what it is now.
Yeah. And
I had a Walt and a secret rare Spider-Man, so I attempted to sell my secret rare Spider-Man and Walt at the same time to get enough gems to go up and get this Marvel Comics 1 SR. So my Walt I sold for 13, and it sold instantly. And then I put my secret rare Spider-Man up for 20,000 gems, and it wouldn't sell. It just sat there. And it was maybe on the market for like 2 hours, and then I went back and looked, and it either sold or the guy delisted that Marvel Comics 1.
Ooh, it's
So
rough.
then I was like, oh no, like I'm doing all this and now it's not even there anymore. So then I quickly
Dang.
delisted my Secret Rare Spider-Man
Mhm.
and went, because I still had the gems, right? And I bought back my Walt, even though I had to pay the fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I just was like, okay, all right, I'm not going to try that again. And I'm glad I didn't, because then right literally after that, maybe a week or two later, Secret Rare Spider-Man started on this massive run that took it from 20,000 gems up to 100K gems.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so
Yeah.
that would have
Wow.
been very unwise if I would have let that go.
Yeah. Well, it was
That
smart
would
of
have
you.
hurt.
Yeah, well, it's smart of you to delist it, right? And like, I feel like most people on Veve that have been on Veve for longer than a couple months have some sort of story like that, right? You're trying to chase something, you're trying to sell stuff, and like it only ends up going halfway, and then you're just like, oh god, now you have to like backpedal and like, okay, what am I gonna do? And it was, smart. You had to eat the fee. It was probably painful. I don't know how much that is, but yeah, you probably had to pay an extra grand and about $1,000 or so in fees to buy back that Walt. But it's better than just, all right, now I'm panicking. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of random stuff, or I'm just gonna sit on the gems while Walt just keeps running. And yeah, I think everyone has a story like that. I mean, Dino and Mike Collectibles,
I'll
you guys.
tell you one other funny story, and then I got to
Sure.
run, you guys.
Sure.
Then because I was obsessed, I was trying this entire month.
Yeah.
I tried to buy the Marvel Comics 1 SR. So then I got a deal with a guy who would sell it to me for Tether USD for $20,000. And so I had $20,000. So I had the Tether ready. This guy had the Marvel, and we need an escrow. And he's like, I'm not using an escrow. And I'm like, I can't give you, and you got to send first. I can't give you $20,000 and not use an escrow.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't do it. So we went through all the YouTubers, we went through all these places, and the guy wouldn't do it. He didn't trust any of them. So he said, the only guy I trust is Dr. Profit. And I'm like, okay, I don't know that guy, but I mean, he seems like he's got everything, so why would he screw us? Maybe he would be a valid escrow.
Yeah.
So he said, let me talk to him. I'm like, okay, fine. So then I waited there. We were messaging back and forth in Discord. And then finally he's like, I'm sorry, I sold it. I'm like, what do you mean you sold it? And he's like, well, I messaged Dr. Profit that we were going to do a deal for 20,000 and then, would he be the escrow? And you know what his response was? Give me your wallet, like your crypto wallet. So then the guy's like, oh, so he's going to escrow it. So he gave Dr. Profit his crypto wallet, and Dr. Profit sent him $20,000 and said, just send me the comic.
Wow.
Oh, jeez.
So then he just sent him the comic.
Oh
He
gosh.
didn't know who he was. He didn't
Oh,
know.
man.
I was like,
He didn't know anything. Dr. Profit was like, here's $20,000, just trusting the guy would send the comic. So the guy did, and then
Yeah.
so
Wow.
he sold it to Dr. Profit. But he's like, I didn't mean to. It just was like,
You got rugged by
I-
Dr. Profit.
it's fine.
That's-
It was fine.
yeah.
It didn't matter.
I had a
That's how
feeling
you
it
get
was going
one.
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going that way. And you're like, Dr.
It's the
Profit, and you're like,
Wild
guess what
West.
happened? Yeah, it is.
I mean, I don't even have any. I don't feel unhappy about anything. It's just another crazy story. This whole Veve experience is a crazy story. It's one crazy story after another.
Yeah, I don't know
Hey,
much.
hey, sleep in. And sorry, Veve.
Sure.
Can I ask him a question before he leaves? Because I know you said you had to go pretty quick.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah. Are you okay with that, Veve? If I just ask him a quick question?
If it's up to him. So if it's a quick question, then sure. But I know he's got to go.
Yeah.
And I'll run.
Can you explain? No, the whole question. Just a quick question. Can you get into the history of no?
Yeah.
No, actually, it was about your last video, the Great Reset, and I hope you don't mind me bringing that up on the channel. I mean, I know everybody should probably watch it. I just want to say I really enjoyed that video that you did, and your perspective on where we're at. Similar the way that I've been thinking about stuff. And that title, The Great Reset, I thought was actually a really, really cool way of looking at where we're at. And so I just wanted to ask, like, maybe just a little bit about that video, about like what got you to thinking about that. If anyone hasn't seen it, I mean, I don't want to explain the whole video, right? You can just watch it, right? But
Yeah.
what got you thinking that we're in this spot? And are you feeling really like positive moving forward for comic books and everything in the app? Because I get asked every day, oh, how many more comic collectors are coming and all that kind of stuff. And I really think we're in that transitional point too, right? With this app, we're kind of starting over in a way. And I just thought I wanted to just ask you about that video, just a little bit more in depth about it. If that makes sense. You know, like you don't have to go into a big thing, but you know.
No, I mean, I think we all felt it, right? I mean, just look at the prices. Yeah. Obviously, they didn't go all the way back 6 months or whatever it is, but they definitely have been depressed, and we're starting over to a certain degree. But the thing that really made me think about it is the OMI price. So I also am an OMI investor. I have quite a bit of OMI, and that price literally got reset all the way back to, you know, if you would have invested even before I got in. So if you're interested in OMI now, would be, I actually don't even know what the price is. I never look at the prices on any of this stuff. But that the OMI price combined with the prices of collectibles kind of gave me this concept. I don't know if it was a good name. Actually, someone wrote that there's actually a book called that I didn't even know that, so I didn't mean to copy anybody's
yeah, I saw that too. There's like a Wikipedia article like in the description. I'm like, what is this? And I'm like,
yeah, I had nothing. But the point is that this is, you know, you can look at it in a lot of different ways, but it's an opportunity for a lot of people to jump in right now, grab some things, and you know, and this is and as everybody preaches, it is exciting because you can make literally a bunch of money in hours. But I do think that, but for the most part, I think we do want to look at some of these collectibles and at least think about holding them for 12 months, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my concept behind it. I don't know. I half the times, literally, I maybe this is bad. I shouldn't say this, but literally, I turn the camera on and I just start talking because I don't really know what I'm going to talk about, and then it will be a bad video, but I'll take some notes during it, and then I'll reshoot it after with some of the. So you see me looking down with some of my notes, because that's kind of, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I have a good idea, but for the most part, literally,
you just think out loud. Sorry. You're just thinking out loud. I do that too. Like when you talk about something, you're processing your thoughts out loud.
Yeah. And everybody has really different ways of doing their and there's so many great, you know, creators like you guys, and you know, and you know, that's kind of like my style, if you want to call it that, is trying to talk about some aspect of something, and I try to see, I can't even do it right now, right? But I try to have a linear way in which I talk about it, which, you know, it's harder than it looks maybe on camera.
No, well, I've always liked your the way you present, and it definitely seemed like your videos are, you know, it's like your second and third take, you know, and sometimes as you're doing the video, you kind of come up with ideas, and you're like, ooh, that's a good point, but like you can't articulate it right then you're like, all right, I'm gonna redo it again, and then now I can articulate that a bit better, or I can kind of flow these two topics that you know, this is the topic I thought I was going to talk about, and then this other topic came up, like, all right, you know, that was kind of like haphazard the way I kind of connected those, like, all right, let me do it again and make it flow better. You know, I catch myself doing that a lot. I
want to do some videos. I'm going to jump off real quick here.
Sure.
I want to do some videos that are like literally, I guess, a stream, right? If I did a stream, it would just be complete stream of conscious. But I do want to do some videos and cut them and put them up there. But they're kind of ridiculous. Like, I don't know if people would like them, but whatever.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But
just throw them up there. There we go.
Yeah, just I thought about doing my streams and then just cutting those up into videos. You know, so if someone asks a question like, "Hey, should I pick these two comics?" Or it's like, "Hey, I have 1,000 gems and I'm trying to buy a collection of comics. What do you think?" You could just take that whole question or just take that whole aspect and then just turn that into like a little 5-minute video, right? You're just fielding a question from the audience.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, Dino does a great job. Dino does a great job.
I think I gotta walk my dog, or the dog's gonna like freak out.
Gotcha.
Thanks
for stopping by, man.
You guys all soon.
All right, take care.
Buy some Ghost Rider.
See ya.
No, I do that all the time. I just did a great interview with Veve Vault, and he dropped so much fire. I clipped the whole thing. I made like 10 clips of it, and I've been posting them the last couple of days. I'll keep posting them all week because like it was just fire. Like we just had a great conversation, and it felt very like separated. Each question had like 5 to 10 minutes of content. It's just like, it just was so easy. It's like, it's just easy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know Kobe Collects was doing that a bit too, because he was grabbing some stuff. You know, when he's doing those long live streams with these giveaways, and not the giveaways, but the blind boxes too. Somebody asks a question, then he goes on for about, like, yeah, I mean, you could do that too. I'm sure, you know, Veve, you could probably clip, you could probably just clip this interview and just put some of what Sleeping was saying, and just put that up.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Because I know he had a run, but I was gonna ask him. I'm like, dude, I would love for you to make a video for someone if they ask the question like, hey, I just want to buy one comic, but like, what's the best comic to get for 100 gems, then 300 gems, then 500? If I just wanted one comic, so it's not like, oh, you have 500 gems, okay, buy 5 of these comics that are 100 gems, right? It's like, what is the best comic for 100 gems in your opinion? Maybe have a safe bet, like a safe comic that you think is going to do well no matter what, and then maybe another comic that's more speculative where it's like, all right, this is probably safe, but like, hey, this one could really take off if it does well in the MCU or whatever. So it's like, I would love for him to like do a video of like 100 gems, 200, 300, maybe up to like just 500, like nothing too crazy, but maybe he gives a safe bet and then like a speculative bet on or like a recommendation on that. So I'm sure he'll now that I got his Twitter, I'm sure he'll hear it from me like, hey, here's a video I'd love for you to see, and this and that. And so and everyone has different ways of doing videos, right? Like he said, sometimes you just turn on the camera and you just go, and then other times you really try to plan things out methodically and this and that. I'm kind of somewhere in between. Sometimes I plan stuff out, and other times I'm like, I'm just gonna just turn on the camera and go and just talk about a topic. So
well, I saw the Gales in your chat too. Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, I heard about the whole, because the Gale's talking about the waiting room and stuff like that. Because you almost have to set like 2 alarms, right? You have to do like an alarm for like the drop, and then another one because I guess when the time is done, you have to make sure that you're there on the app when the timer's up. Basically when the quote unquote drop happens, because you're right then and there you're gonna figure out if you won or not, right? So
yeah, totally. Well, like with the new system.
Yeah, like if and when they release it, I don't say if it's gonna happen, but it's like
it's definitely gonna be alarm gate. You're gonna need an alarm for the drop, obviously, and you're gonna need an alarm. Hopefully, that's timed. Like, okay, 5 minutes after the drop happens, you'll be contacted because if you don't set an alarm, you're gonna forget. I mean, I forget about the rebounds if I don't set alarms, and it's only every 4 minutes because you got a life. You can't just sit here for a half hour. I got a kid punching me in the face. Like, I'm just like.
Well, NBA Top Shot, when you enter their waiting room and you get one of their packs, you actually have like a numbered, like you're in line. And the way it works there, if you guys see, I don't know if they're going to do the same thing, but you can see the numbers getting closer down to like the people in front of you buy it if they want. And then it just slowly, and you just watch the number getting slower till you get closer in line. It's kind of like you're in a physical lineup. And once it gets to your turn,
sounds like going to the DMV.
What?
I said it sounds like going to the DMV every day.
I know, you're waiting in line, you're just sitting there, and then when it gets to your turn, you have like a set amount of time that you are allowed to purchase. Otherwise, you lose your spot and it goes to the next people. Or if your transaction doesn't go through, then there's no a rebound or anything. It just, there's just more available for the people behind you. So I don't know if that's the way they're going to do it. Maybe I've forgotten and I already read they're going to do it that way. I can't remember, but that really worked okay for Top Shot. The only thing is it's sort of stressful because, like you said, you don't know how fast the people in front of you are going to purchase. And if they have like 5 minutes to actually purchase the item, and they can purchase, at least with that website, they could purchase like numerous. So they could purchase up to like 5 or 10 or whatever.
Wow.
There wasn't just one that they could get. So I don't know if they're going to do that either with this, because some people would buy like 10. And then by the time it gets to you, if you're like kind of further back, there's none left, right? So I don't know if that's how they're going to do it here, but I didn't mind that system, but yeah, you don't know when it's going to be your turn because people take different times to actually buy, right? Especially if they have like a set time that they, that they can do 5-10 minutes. It can take hours for you to get to your spot, right? So at least that's with NBA Top Shot.
Ooh, the market is dipping, guys, bad right now. I feel like it's just
across the board, or just
down.
the because dude,
it just feels like. It feels like things are hitting different lows.
Yeah, because right now, it's the opposite for Ghost Rider, but Ghost Rider hit 35 gems, the common, like very briefly.
Oh yeah, Ghost Rider's pumping.
That pumped really hard, and then
I'm freaking pumped, dude. I stacked some Ghost Riders today. I thought I was a little nervous, but I trusted my gut, and I was like, no, this is a Grail comic. It's just a Grail comic early, and it's just the bots. I'm gonna stack it.
Yeah, I might sell one of each.
Holy shoot! The rare just went to $80.
Yeah, I might just sell one of each. I might sell like one rare, one uncommon.
Yo,
Because
I'm definitely gonna dollar cost average out for sure.
Same.
This is ridiculous.
This is crazy.
Well, we're gonna get more opportunities over the next week or two here. This is great.
Oh yeah.
You know, like I just think it's fantastic for all collectibles, like, you know, across the board, and comics too. There's just, you know, in a month or two from now, it's gonna be really interesting to see where we're at. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean, there's no harm in waiting a little bit, watching some of these prices maybe go down a bit more. Here we go, and then, you know, just slowly, you know, sweeping the floors, right? I mean, that's what people are doing. We can see it. You know, you can look at the volume.
I've been
on
paper
items.
handing. I've been paper handing my collectibles.
I like to just willingly admit, like, yeah, I'm just paper handing, like, whatever. Dude.
Oh, dude, last
if you
week.
can take profits, dude. If you can
yeah.
take profits right now, then do it. I mean, that's where you want to move up, right? This, like I said, there's opportunities all over the board in all sorts of ways for long term, short term. I mean, as long as you're active in the app and making smart moves, then the opportunities are great. You know,
I'm gonna.
Active.
Yeah, and you got to sell your highest mint ones first, right? You got to get rid of those first, and
I
then
want to
save your low mints.
Dude, I want to get rid of my low. I want to get rid of some of my low mints. They're so hard to liquidate. It's so frustrating when you need liquid, and like you really, it's so frustrating to try to liquidate a low mint.
Yeah.
Put it at the floor; it'll go really fast.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just think
really
there's
quick.
more dip to come. I think there's more reset. What do you guys think? You guys feel like? I feel like we're gonna get more and more pain.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think it's pain. I think it's fantastic. Like, over the, like, I did a video just recently about how the you know, the market, is there big gains coming, like, you know, and the reason I was looking at that, and in the video, if anyone just saw the cover, they would think that I was telling you the whole thing is pumping like crazy right now.
Yeah.
But it really, it's that, like, it's gonna take time over the next couple of weeks, maybe month. There's so much opportunity, but it's really just the low amounts of stuff for sale in some items, and then the volume, right? Like, the volume seems to be pretty good. So, I mean, you know, you can check the market too, right? But I think it's great. We're gonna have, like, I'm salivating with the stuff that I really want to pick up that I couldn't pick up a month and a half ago because it was too high, right?
Yep.
You know, so. And so
It's all if you have gems, right? If you have gems, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I've been actually putting gems in because somebody asked me that exact question. They said, "Hey, are you selling stuff to get your gems to buy other stuff right now, or are you putting gems in?" So, in this last, like, little week, I've actually put actual gems in. I've actually purchased gems just because I made some sales on, like, on the OpenSea, and so, you know, so I was able to do that. So not everyone's able to do that, right? But I put some gems in and I got a few things. And so in the next, like, week or so, I'm probably going to do the same thing, you know, but, you know, to a point, right? You know, every day's different. That's the kind of the fun part, right? But all the stuff that I picked up in the last little while, it's all up, which is good. Mostly the ultra rare comics and stuff, you know, not up a ton, but up, right? So we'll see how it goes.
Sorry, I'm putting up my Ghost Riders right now as we're talking. I think that's good enough.
That's so funny. That's what I was thinking about doing too.
I just put
There
up.
you go, guys.
Because I have 6 ultra rares. I'm like, I'll sell one for profit. Plus, like, my vault's looking a little low, so it's like I do want to have some liquid in there in case, you know, some sort of Marvel drop announcement happens or whatever it is over the next, you know, before the weekend. So.
But this is
Interesting
the game,
how you're
guys.
selling, bro.
This is the game.
Interesting. So you're selling $1 below floor. So you're not an undercutter of you're like just slightly undercutting. That sometimes makes the floor dip harder, but I guess this is a very big piece right now. So
yeah, I guess I could have undercut the ultra rare by a bit more, but like when I put up my common, it sold instantly. So I feel like the uncommon, common, and like rare get bought up pretty quickly, but it's like, if you're trying to sell like the ultra rare, you probably, if you're trying to sell immediately, you need to undercut, you know, by a good portion, right? So why are you gonna undercut me? Is that what you're gonna?
No, I wouldn't do that just because. I mean, I would do that. I would do that just to be funny, but I wouldn't. That'd be kind of shady.
It doesn't matter to me.
You
It's
guys
like,
single-handedly drop the price down to 200 right now, guys. Just
yeah, stop it.
And then I'll swoop in and pick it up. How about that?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because actually, Corey or / old rhubarb / VVM3. I feel like he has like 3 different names.
He does.
It's funny. He messaged me on Twitter, And what did he send? He sent something to me because I put up like my Jason Fabok Batman up for just because I bought it right before the not before the gem squeeze, but like right before like the Black Panther drop. I bought it, or no, after the drop happened. No, was it? No, it's the Aston Martin drop. And I bought it because that was like the only Batman they didn't pump. I'm like, I'm just gonna buy this. I could flip this for profit. It's not gonna be that much or whatever. And then he sends me a screenshot about him. He's like, oh, look at you undercutting me. I'm like, dude, did I just undercut you? Like, my bad. And he's like, no, actually, I just put mine up after you. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And then he sent me another screenshot 5 minutes later that his sold before mine. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, he's like, I guess mine sold first. I'm like, I guess that guy just really hates his life if he's buying yours over mine. Like, whatever. But I think his was like,
dude.
I think his was just like a much lower mint.
No, go ahead.
No, so I think his was just like a much lower mint than mine. So even though his was more expensive, I think someone just bought his. So like, it is what it is.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna take a little bit of profits off the top. I mean, like, I just made some quick gems. I'm like, I'm not mad at all. Like,
Hey, Mendez in your chat said, who actually reads the comics? He has 32 and he hasn't read any of them. I read them. I read a few of them. I read a couple of the big ones you can never touch in the real world.
Wow, it sold instantly.
That was pretty fun. Pulled out the iPad and flipped through them. So,
Yeah. I actually just read the Ghost Rider comic like 30 minutes before I got on stream. I was I took a shower and ate and I was like just sitting on my bed. I'm like, I'll start the stream in like 30 minutes. I went through the comic. I'm like, I've only read like a couple comics from, cover to cover. So I was like, let me just go through it. I read it. And it's actually kind of a cool story with Ghost Rider, Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, not that much like action of like fighting like bad guys or anything like that, but it's definitely like a pretty interesting story. And like, dude, the art they did for like, because he essentially makes a deal with the devil or basically Satan. But just the art style with that is pretty crazy. And just also the way he like transitions from the flaming skull back to human and back and forth. It's pretty intense. I'm like, damn, people released this in the 70s. Like this is, I guess I kind of just view everyone in the 70s and earlier to be kind of PG or like, oh, this is too graphic and oh no, like can't have this kind of violence. But it's like, it's kind of crazy the stuff that they show. So
oh, dude, the 70s was nuts, man. I mean, I was born in the 70s, but, I wasn't watching movies in the 70s. But, I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, some of the zombie movies. There's some messed up stuff in the 70s, man.
Yeah.
And some of the comics were pretty heavy duty. You had Conan and all them and all those kind of comics. And, yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff back then. It's actually, the Bronze Age is pretty wild. It's pretty cool. And it's starting to get like the attention it deserves right now, which is cool. I mean, there's so much more to come. I wonder if we're going to start seeing a lot of Bronze Age stuff now as they go along, right? Like as we get them, as the Veve app goes, because we've got the older stuff and then we've got newer things too, right? But the 70s era, this is, there's a few others in there, I think, from that time. But this Ghost Rider comic is like kind of right in the middle of that, right? So
yeah. Well, mine just sold right now. My ultra rare just sold already, so people want these.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, dude. My rare sold instantly.
Yeah, someone undercut me on the uncommon, but whatever. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna be in those. I mean, I have enough where I don't care. But I definitely felt like this was the kind of comic to just pump later in the day. I'm like, I feel like this is gonna pump tonight at the very least. Pump by like the end of the week. So
and sure enough, it did.
Yeah, I might just, like you said, dollar cost average up. I might sell one more of each before the end of tonight, and that way I still have 4 ultra rares or whatever. But some people were saying like 70s is the golden age of TV horror and stuff, which is
bloodiness and the Dawn of the Dead, and I mean, just go look at 70s movies, man. They're hilarious and like vicious and just campy and I mean, this comic book is kind of similar, right? It's kind of campy and kind of like over the top and a bit funny, right? So just awesome. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how interested people are in this comic book, though. I honestly wasn't sure if this was one's going to take off, or I know people have done, they've talked about like how valuable like the 9.8 goes, but that's pretty rare to have a 9.8 of this in the real world. And like, so that kind of price level is not like indicative of like this comic, generally speaking. But like, I mean, it's such a neat like thing to see people really, really jumping all over the Ghost Rider today. Because it could have just been one of these comics, you guys, that could have just went, oh, that's kind of cool, and then just kind of faded out. But clearly, people are interested in it. Clearly,
Oh yeah.
people who are, they're not just watching some of the content creators talk about it. This, because, not everybody in the app is watching the content creators' videos, right? Like,
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
views across the board don't add up to the amount of users we have like in the first day, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously being noticed, like just in general, right? So people are coming in with their own knowledge about this and buying it up, and it'll be interesting to see like how many people own, like how many copies, like are people buying. We saw in the chat somebody said, they're sweeping the floors up on the commons, up to 35 or whatever. I mean, how many are people stacking up on this one right now? What are they selling to get to it? Is that why we're seeing some dips? Are people really going after this one? Because
Mhm.
that's not something I would have anticipated, that people would have sold like higher level things to go after this like common or uncommon comic. But hey, the market never lies, right? It tells you exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
You just got to ride the wave.
I agree. Let's see
Yeah.
here. It's not much.
Dude, I'm staring in the market. I'm like making moves.
Yeah.
Charlie Manson was on everyone's mind in 1972. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry's dropping bombs in the chat right now, man. Night Gallery, Dark Shadows. I mean, he's pulling all the 70s stuff out. He knows his stuff.
Either he lived during that age, or Google is, he knows how to use Google very well. That too.
Oh
either,
either exactly,
way.
yeah.
Same.
But interesting. Mendes Flips wants to trade a Disney Lenticular card for a UR Ghost Rider comic.
Sure.
Trade.
A Disney? Which one?
Daisy card.
Oh, trade him right now. I'll trade you straight up, bro.
Yeah, I'll trade.
The other way
I'll
around.
trade
You'll
it.
give up the comic, you mean, or he wants the comic?
He wants the
He wants
comic.
the
I
comic.
get the card. So, and I bought
okay.
I bought the comic for 200. So I don't mind. Yeah, I've actually never done a trade like this.
Oh, you should totally do a trade. Trades are fun, man.
So you guys would do that, hey? You'd take the card over the comic, ultra rare.
Isn't the card worth more right now?
Yeah, but
but
this
not
is day
by-
one, right?
Yeah, not by
What do you
much. It's a little bit more expensive, but I think it's just to mostly help them save on the fees, as well as like trying to get rid of it. And I'm sure initially Ghost Rider will probably run a bit harder, but I'm okay with like letting one comic go. Like I actually don't have I have 2 Donalds and no Daisy yet, so we got to pair them up.
Oh, really?
While we can. Yeah, I got 2 Donalds but no Daisy yet.
Oh, they
You guys
are about
see
the same
update?
floor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
No,
Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
thought you were done. No.
I got.
You guys see the update to the if you click on any of the comics, I don't know, maybe I'm old on this one, maybe I didn't notice it, but see if I click on the ultra rare of Ghost Rider, and it actually says below I own 3 editions of that item, but I don't own the 3 editions of the ultra rare. I own 3 editions of the other variants, and
Yeah.
I've never seen that on the actual like it's kind of grouping them together. It looks like, right? So it says I own 3 editions. I click on that, it actually shows the other versions that I own, not the ultra rare. So that's just a little app thing. I don't know if that's brand new or not, but normally I clicked on the ultra rare and it said I own 3 editions of the ultra rare. I was like, says who?
You're like, I'm down.
I'm like, that sounds good. And I clicked on it, I went, oh no, just the ones I bought. Never mind. just the common and the rest of them.
I'm trying to figure out how do I add people on BB? You have to like search for them, right? Awkwardly, like.
Why do you
like
need
the
to add him on VB?
I don't think I need to, right?
You don't need to. He's gonna send to you, and then you're gonna send to him.
Okay, yeah. If you don't mind doing that, Mendes Flips, I'll shoot it back over. I'm trying to find you the search app. If you go to,
You just have him DM you. Do you have a Discord?
Yeah, I'm on Discord right now.
Yeah,
But-
have him join your Discord and DM you his QR, and then you DM your QR, and then he sends you the collectible, and you send him yours.
Yeah, can you just shoot me your QR on, or I could shoot you my QR on Twitter too, just like personal private chat. Either
He's
that,
so much easier.
yeah, either that, or you can find me on the Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare at 9 million. You can just go there too. That's where mine's at.
Yeah, he can find your Q because you guys can send each other's QRs so you don't mess up on sends.
Yeah.
Yeah. I looked at the price. The price is about the same, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I think Ghost Rider could shoot up a bit more, but I have been meaning to get like a
could
Daisy
too.
card at some point. It could in the short term, but I don't mind. John Bebo, Ghost Rider was the single easiest flip after drop I've ever seen on the app. I'm sure there's probably some easier ones, but yeah, I think this one was just kind of went over a lot of people's heads just because we did have a lot of like meh comics for a long time. I think that maybe the most significant one we had that was like somewhat recent was like maybe the first appearance of Sam Wilson, like the Falcon one. Like that was kind of up there, but not like Ghost Rider, right? I think a lot of people put Sam Wilson probably like mid to low B tier, maybe high C tier. I guess it just depends on like your personal preference. But Ghost Rider across the board, like a lot of comic collectors said that's like top 15. And it's a top tier Bronze Age comic, so a lot of people do like it. So
the funny thing about that is like, we have had a lot of these sort of like what we think were meh comics, but I think that's because why they're dropping the app hasn't fully been revealed yet. They go up in value in the real world because of something that happens, on the big screen. So
yeah,
some of these ones that have come out that are kind of like, I would agree, sort of like, oh yeah, okay, what's that one all about? Why did we get that one in the app? But it seems like anytime we're going to start seeing why they dropped it, I mean, maybe the Falcon one's pretty straightforward already because we already had him in the, in the show, right, on Disney Plus. So some of the other ones like Misty Knight and other ones, they could have their day coming up and become a really, really famous character for all we know. So, some of those secret rares are just, they could be really something in the future, right? But you have to have that foresight, get a bit lucky. It's all speculative, but that's the world of comic collecting for you. At least we know with Veve when they drop something, it's for a reason, right?
Yeah.
At least that's what it seems to be, right? That when they drop a comic in here, there's obviously something that's going to happen in the future pretty quick, because otherwise, why would they put it in, right? So that's what makes Ghost Rider so cool. It's pretty obvious that we're going to see him. I mean, why else would we get the comic book? There's nothing going on other than us getting this comic book, right? So we're getting a sneak peek into the MCU's future, with movie releases.
Yeah, I think so. Because like if there's a company or whatever, like I said before, like Marvel knows what they're doing like 7-8 years out. Like they already know who they're going to introduce, who they've hired, who's going to play what. Like they've already thought about all this stuff. I think they have like an 8-year plan, right? I could have sworn there's like a timeline where it says like all the movies that are going to be releasing over the next 8 years or something like that, but we don't know who's going to make a cameo, right? Ghost Rider could make a cameo 2 years from now or a year and a half from now, and then now he's going to appear in a movie 3 years later or something like that. Or maybe they could squeeze in some movies in between, or maybe there's just some characters they're not ready to announce yet, like whatever it is. So yeah, I would say on average, I would say a good portion of the comics, kind of give us a hint as to like what's coming in the future. I think some of them are filler content comics. Like who's the new character that's coming out? I think I mentioned on your stream, Dino. I'm like, who is this person? Like the new one they announced for Wednesday. It was like I forgot her
this
name.
Wednesday is Captain Carter. It's Peggy.
It's that's Peggy. I'm like, who the hell is Peggy? Whatever. I didn't even know that was her real name, to be honest. I had no idea.
Peggy's Cap's girlfriend, right? Captain Carter.
Yeah. Her shield's in the Doctor Strange poster. So
that's what people are saying, right?
Yeah, no, it's right in there on one of these shards of glass. Yeah, it's in the background, and her kind of Britain-style Captain America shield, and then, of course, she's in the What If animated show. So, I mean, this is the funny thing. You could literally go into the real world, buy these comics that are dropping in the app in the real world, right? And use the app as a guide to invest in real-world comics. Because, everybody in that area looks for, like, what's coming by, trailers and things that pop. Veve's like the big hint. They're the ones that are giving us the inside info, it looks like, before outside of the app, right? So it's almost like you could reverse collect just by having a Veve account.
Oh, hell yeah.
You can see that comic coming on, like this Ghost Rider comic. You see that it's coming out, so you immediately go to eBay and buy one, right? Because, it's
That's
coming
true.
to Veve. They must be doing something in the movies with it, because why would it go to Veve, right? So it's kind of funny to think about, right?
All right, I received the Daisy from from Chucky
Let's
19.
go.
Yeah, Daisy mint number. Here, I can show it here on stream.
Let's go.
So this is a delivery, Daisy Duck. Appreciate that. And then, so how do I just send it back to his name? It's Chucky 19. It's easy enough to spell out.
You can type his name if you want. You just want to make sure you confirm his profile picture.
Yeah, I'll do it on here. I'll do it on here.
Unless he can send you his QR, because then you can just scan it.
Yeah, it's probably easier.
Is this FA trade? FA trade.
Oh yeah, this is an FA trade.
Let's go.
I'll give him the one that I read. Let's go.
Well, I gotta go hit dinner now, guys. I
course.
gotta go cook tonight. Tonight's my cooking night.
Nice.
Yes.
What are you
So
What
it's
are you
mac
cooking?
and cheese all around.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm coming over for dinner.
Anytime, Tito.
Let's
No,
go.
thanks for
Where are
having
you
me
at, though?
on, man. I
again?
really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, what part of the U.S.? No, you're Canada. Duh.
Yeah, West Coast Canada. Yeah, just
Yeah,
up
I'll
the
just
coast.
fly straight up. I'm in California. I'll just catch a flight straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up the coast. There we go.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on, My Collectibles. I appreciate you coming on, and we definitely have to do this more often. Maybe next time I'll jump on your stream, and I definitely need to set up StreamYard so it's easier for like you, and it seems like everyone is used to StreamYard, so it does seem a bit easier. I'll admit. So
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing too. I don't have that yet. I just have to sign up for an account, download. It's pretty simple, I think. But yeah, then I'll be having asking, if you guys want to pop on here and there, because I'm doing them like twice a week or so, those live streams. So, but I haven't got it set up yet either. So, yeah, the Discord always messes me around when I first click in, because for some reason Chrome's like, nope, I don't want to let you use your microphone. And I don't know why. I never turn it off. So, and maybe it's good it's not off when I'm just surfing the internet. That it's off, I mean.
Maybe we all need to join the business one together so we get all the pro features and then just share it. Like how we all share our Netflix subscriptions.
Do you get pro features and stuff like big time animations and all sorts
Well,
of
I
things?
think they don't let you. So like if you're on the free one, I don't know if there's a trial limit period, but then you have their logo in your screen, which a lot of people use it. And then you can't, there's like limits on stuff. And then also like, when you move up to the paid one, you can have HD video. You can't have HD if you're in the free one, I don't think. And then if you go to the highest tier, it's like you can get 1080p. And then you can have like multiple people in your account and like all kinds of stuff.
Super fun.
I don't remember how much it is. So later, bro.
I'll see you guys next time. Thanks. I'll probably be watching still. In between me cooking those noodles.
I'll be right over when dinner's done.
awesome. Thanks for stopping by, man. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
See it. All right, just me and you, Dina.
Just like buying stuff on the market on your stream, basically, or selling stuff.
Oh hell yeah! Hold on, I gotta go to the two-factor authentication really quick. Where the hell is it? Here it is.
Dude, this comic is insane. I mean, like they're selling instantly.
Yeah, 34.20.
Dude, that's insane.
Let's go.
The pump on this thing.
Live trade. Let's go.
Trade. FA trade.
Yeah. Awesome. I appreciate it.
Dude, that's awesome.
Who was it? Mendez Flips. I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. That's the first time I've ever done like a straight up trade, and I appreciate you sending it first. Never done a trade, but I was like, dude, I'm not gonna say no to lenticular card. I'll take it.
Are you bullish on those? Pretty bullish.
Oh yeah, I like the lenticular cards a lot. I mean, I'm not like, I'm not gonna like trade everything I have for them or anything crazy like that. I just wanted to do it because I'm like, oh, it's a lenticular card. I do have a bunch of extra of the Ghost Rider stuff, so sure, like I'll take the trade. I'm not gonna complain about it.
Yeah. I've been thinking about breaking up my lenticular set just because the market's so dumpy right now.
Was that term dumpy?
Yeah.
Pretty. It's market's. It's an accurate market term that we use around here. Pretty dumpy.
It's pretty bad.
I'll
it's
use it.
pretty dumpy.
In my next, what's it called? I don't know if you watch, but the morning of most drops, I do a what's called a vibe check on the market. So that way, when the market is closed, you can watch my video, and I just do the top gainers, the top losers of like collectibles. So that way, because like when the market closes and you're waiting for a drop, there's kind of 30 minutes of nothing, right? Like you have nothing to do and you're kind of just waiting
Yeah.
for the drop to happen. So I put up a video called Vibe Check, and like I said, I quickly go through the top gainers and stuff. So next time I'll use that term. I'll be like, yeah, man, the market's looking pretty dumpy right now.
Dude, it is. And we got an AMA tomorrow now. They're probably going to dump on the market again. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I'll put a little in my thing.
Yeah.
So, the little.
You're putting right next to an egg. That's the Dino quote of the day. Dumpy market.
Yeah. So I need to set up StreamYards. I'll definitely figure that out because I do want to have on more content creators in general. Like you guys were all awesome, like when you guys were on, and so I do want to kind of do that. Obviously, I have less customization liberty. Like right now, I got a little egg emote on your head, little crown.
Yeah, you don't
little
get
egg crown.
as much customization. Yeah, that's kind of lame, actually.
Put a little egg crown on your head. So
StreamYard is. Yeah, StreamYard's not very customizable.
Yeah, which is fine. I think if you're having on guests anyway, I think the plan is to like not have too much stuff happening anyway. You're just talking. It's fine. Nice doing business. Yeah, of course, Mendes Flips. And you've been in here quite a few times. I see you all the time in other people's streams. You've been active in the community, so I trusted you. So I appreciate that.
Dude, that's awesome. FA trade.
FA trade, that's true. Mendes Flips popped my trading cherry. Let's say that.
Oh, God.
Shane Keepness. Dino, I'll trade you my 3 SR Aston Martins for your partners. Let's go.
I don't have a partners, but I would. No,
yeah, I heard you're doing a flipping challenge. Like you're trying to challenge to like to is it to flip into a wallet, or you're just trying to like get enough donations to sell to get to a wallet? Because I actually heard that you had a significant amount of people actually like help you out with that.
Yeah, I had a couple people donate.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm gonna try to flip. I mean, I'm not the best flipper right now, so I'm kind of I'm kind of excited to learn. And the guy that started me off was really cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
And his name's Plutonium. He's cool. He's active in Twitter. He's all over. He's a member now. He's all kinds. And so he's like, dude, even if you fail, he goes, it'll be fun to watch. You know what I mean? It's like just a fun challenge. You know, like I'm like, all right, let's do it. Like, so he sent me a Batman Who Laughs. And I flipped it right away. I immediately floored it.
Here to help you out. Like, thanks. See ya.
Yeah, I immediately floored it, and then I took the gems and made a couple buys, and then made a couple flips on a stamp. And I have 2 comics that I'm still holding. I bought them at like $9, and everything else I flipped out of. Flipped out of a Groot for like $1 loss, and then flipped out of a stamp for like a $5 gain.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone sent me a secret rare comic, the marriage one, and I sold that thing recently too. So I got about 400 or 500 gems that I need to make some buys with that I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. Today I was just so focused on buying a ton of Ghost Riders that I didn't even use that account, you know?
Yeah.
Just wasn't enough gems. So I bought I ended up with like 20 Ghost Riders today total comics. So nice. Yeah, so I'm going to try to do some flipping challenges and just see how I do, you know. Awesome. I'm not very bullish on the market right now, so my strategy for that account is kind of hold the gems because I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. So that's just my opinion right now. I don't know if I'm right. I probably could be totally wrong. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I still think like we're going to have spikes in the market here and there, but I don't think, we're not going to see these upper numbers again, like late January, early February until MTL's fully out. Because I'll be honest, like if I was trying to cash out and like, let's just say I have $5,000 gems in my account, like I've already sold all the stuff I wanted and I'm looking just to cash out. Whenever there's drops like these, especially Ghost Rider, like I'm still going to flip them. Like I'm still going to spend probably a few hundred gems, maybe 1,000 gems to just flip stuff, especially since I knew going into this, I'm like, dude, Ghost Rider's like super undervalued. Like, so there's still, even though like people are looking to cash out, there's still flippers in the economy. And like, if anything, now they have more liquid to play with now more than ever. And so now they could just keep flipping stuff. So until MTL comes out and we scoot all those people out, and there's nothing wrong with that either. Like, I don't think those people are like ruining the economy or like ruining like the market or anything like that. Like,
no.
Collectors need flippers just as much flippers need collectors, right? Like, if everyone on the app was a collector, all the comics, the common would have been up to 70 gems by now. Like everyone would just buy, hold, and like never sell, and then it would just be really hard to buy anything, right? So you need flippers in there to give the opportunity for collectors to come in, new people to come in the app to actually like buy stuff. So they need each other. It's a symbiotic relationship. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive that it's like everyone's a collector or everyone's a flipper and like that's it. Like, you know, they kind of need each other, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. What's your plan for liquidity? If you feel like if you think the market could keep dipping, are you all in NFTs? Is your plan for liquidity just add more fiat? Like what's your plan?
Right now I don't have like a ton of fiat to add right now, but for the most part it's just making short-term plays like this. Like I think I'm at the point now where it's like I could sell any of my ultra rare ghost riders for profit, you know, and it'll probably go back down. Odds are it'll probably go back down to like 220 and chill there for a bit, like right on that cusp of like where it's profitable if you bought at 200, because I think a lot of people bought around 200 and lower. So like it's gonna retrace. Like it can't just go up and stay up forever. Like it's gonna retrace a bit. But so
just
far, like
moon.
Yeah, it's not just gonna moon forever. Like, but my plan, like when I do get the option to cash out, I'll just cash out probably just 1,000 gems and just see how the transaction's like. I'll make a video on like, hey, this is my experience using MTL, and kind of give a step-by-step kind of guide, or like the experience of like how long it took and that stuff. Because I think some people want to see that from beginning to end, right? If you have like 1,000 gems and you're trying to cash out, you know, maybe I won't cash out all 1,000. You know, I'll definitely have at least 1,000 soon if I were to sell all these. Because I mean, I bought probably 1,500 gems worth of Ghost Rider comics of various rarities, mostly the ultra rares and stuff. So, yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably just cash out maybe a few $100 or something like that, maybe $1,000, and just kind of record the.
I just mean like the next month. Like, what if there's another
month?
Disney drop, or they say, what is your plan? Like, do you have enough liquid that you feel comfortable, or are you gonna have to start selling? Or
as of right now, no. Right now, I only have 550 gems in my account. Part of me might, because I guess I'm just thinking like I don't think we're gonna have any like hard hitting NFTs. I hope over the next like week, maybe week and a half. So I was thinking about just like dollar cost averaging my Ghost Rider like throughout that week. That's why I said like I'll probably sell one more tonight. I might sell one a day till the end of the week, and just take profit. I might just keep a common just for myself, or keep a couple, because I do like the comic. Like it looks cool, and might keep some. I'm usually not one to like. I'm not like sentimentally attached to like any of my NFTs for the most part. I'm just like, whatever, I'm just gonna just sell them. Like it's all just money. Like I do treat it just like as a tool or a means to just get more gems or to acquire something better eventually. But I might keep a handful of the comments and stuff just in case. So I think after I flip everything, I think I started with 1,500 gems, and hopefully after I sell everything, I'll probably get like 2,200. Like after I sell all of my ultra rares and all the commons and this and that, like. So, and I think at that point,
I just sold a couple more uncommon. I think I just sold, since we've been streaming, like 2 uncommons, 2 commons, and an ultra rare. So
nice, yeah.
Oh, and a rare, yeah.
And a rare, nice.
Yeah, the rare went up to like $80, and it's at 75 now, or 76.
Yeah. And like I said, like selling the comics was just like a freak accident. Like I didn't realize I bought that many. Like I was at the gym and it was telling me that I missed it, or it would say like you bought, then I missed it, and I'm like, the hell's going on? And then I checked my collectibles afterwards, and I'm like, why do I have 6 ultra rares? I guess I was buying them and not realizing it. Because it was giving me the error that I didn't get it, but I was buying it at some point. So
yeah, you can see them already, like they're inflecting down just a little bit, just slightly. Because there's that little correction, and then we'll see what happens. Someone sells for profit like we're doing, and then they go back up maybe if it's a good piece.
Yeah, exactly. And the strangest things happen, right? I mean, we're not the exact same time zone. I'm in Phoenix time zone, so I'm actually Mountain Time. And we don't do daylight savings here, so we actually shift between Mountain Time and Pacific Time. Like, it's kind of strange in Arizona. But, like, who knows? Like, tomorrow morning when we wake up, all of a sudden, the ultra rare is at, 305 gems. Like, it just weird things like that happen sometimes on Veve. You just wake up one night.
Yes.
Or sometimes a lot of people do the wait 24 hours rule, right? Like, when something drops, they wait 24 hours to then buy it on the market. So some people might not wait 24 hours. They might wait 18, just buy it literally. Because I bet you there's some people that would do that just buy in the middle of the night when there's not a lot of people online. It's pretty quiet. And then people wake up the next morning like, oh my God, this is pumping. And then people panic buy into it. Like, This thing was at, it was at 220 when I went to bed, and I wake up, it's at 320. Like, it's pumping. I need to buy one. So FOMO is a very
it's something buy.
Yeah, exactly. FOMO is a very strong like emotion that I don't know emotion, but yeah,
I fall prey to it too much. I thought I fell prey today, but I figured that I was like, no, I know. I'm like, this comic, I don't know. And sure enough, maybe it was a fluke today, but it definitely paid off today, right? And I don't want to like reinforce that idea in my head. I'm trying to build good, thought patterns about what I'm doing by my buying and selling. That's the key to making money.
Yep. I couldn't agree more, because it's funny, because a lot of the time I don't even follow my own advice. Like, I give people advice and I don't follow it, and I'm like, damn, I should have just followed my own advice. Like, I kind of doubt myself at times. Like, I tell people to buy a certain thing, and it works out, but then I don't even do it myself. Like, I was telling people to buy, literally right before the Aston Martin / like kind of Black Panther time or whatever. I kind of just brought up like Ultra Rare Captain America and I brought up, what was it, like lenticulars, the golden moments, and like I didn't buy any of those. I probably should have just said, I feel like you should always play the drop no matter what, but part of me was also like, maybe just like, screw the drops, I should just buy stuff now while I can and just take the guaranteed profit, because I know everything's going to pump after the Aston Martin drop, instead of just playing the odds. But
dude, this guy's still like stacking the comics at $30. He's just stacking them $35, buying over and over again.
Oh, is there
he posted a video of it?
Oh, is there someone buying the Ghost Riders?
Yeah, just posting it, and then Mr. Pags commented on it like, no one gets it yet. Good luck, man. Like, good job or whatever.
Yeah. The only thing is, like, dude, I would love to stack, like, don't get me wrong, I would love to stack 50 of these. I just don't have the fiat to like stack them and hold them, and like, I will admit, if you don't have the capability to add fiat to the app, like on a consistent basis, like, yeah, you're gonna have to like make flips and trades and kind of take risks here and there. But if you're that person that can put in, a few hundred gems, a couple thousand gems each month, and like, not bat an eye, yeah, I would like definitely stack this. Like, you definitely should. So that's one of the things I probably need to ask more often, is people are like, oh, should I buy this or that? Or could I, because people flip stuff all the time. I'm like, yo, if you have the capability to keep adding gems, like, buy this grail like now while you can. But if you don't, and like, you're going to buy the grail and then you're going to be like, oh, there's a big drop, and now I need to like flip out of it, and it's a little too early and it's a loss. Like, I tend to go the route of more flexibility. People are like, should I buy these 3 or this one? I'm like, yo, if you don't have the fiat to like add more gems, just buy the 3, because at least it gives you some flexibility. But if you buy the one thing and a big drop happens and you really want it, then now you're just kind of stuck. It's like, all right, am I going to sell at a loss? Or, and that FOMO kind of builds up. So, yeah,
the FOMO sucks. I'm thinking about selling like 4 pieces right now, in addition to the 20 things I already sold the last week. I started selling right after Bond. The market ran a little bit, and I immediately took some profits, because I was like, this is going to be short-lived. I think there's more coming. I think it's going to get worse. I think MTL is going to get worse. And maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong. So I'm contemplating actually selling some Grail. Well, they're like baby Grails, maybe like blue chips, I contemplating selling my Pluto, because it was a gift. But the problem is it's going to break my set, which I'm a little pissed about,
Yeah.
And I'm contemplating selling my pizza truck, because I don't think it's going to run away like the other Golden Moments will.
Yeah.
And I could get it back. And I'm contemplating selling Lady and the Tramp, but she keeps dumping. I was thinking about it at 900, and she's at 760 right now.
Yeah.
And
it sucks you didn't sell the Pizza Planet truck when it went up to like 1400. Because remember that brief pump that happened after Aston Martin and went up to like 1400? Yeah. So it's.
And then I have an Iron Man, an extra duplicate Iron Man that I could sell. But I bought it when I thought we were going to pump. I bought it before Bond dropped, like a week before, because I was like, oh, I think we're going to pump now, because it's Bond and then we're over. And then the Bond ended up being huge, and I bought it at like 1900. So now I'm kind of stuck with a lot of gems in there, and I'm like, shit, so I have all those pieces. I would have to sell it for like a 200 loss, which would suck, so.
Yeah, I do think we're going to have another like mini gem squeeze or whatever you want to call it for MTL when they like finally give us a date. But then again,
oh dude, it's gonna get bad when they give us a date. They did it on the article alone.
Yeah,
people were panicking.
Just the article alone. Yeah, people were panic selling and all that stuff. But But like I would sell more stuff, but honestly, the only thing other than my Ghost Rider comics that I bought today, like the only thing that I would sell for profit is like 2 other comics, like my Fantastic Four #5, which is like the first appearance of Doctor Doom, which would give me like a couple hundred gems, or my Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie. Like literally everything else would be at a loss. Like all my golden moments, like couple lenticular cards, a few others, like all my other stuff would all be at like a huge loss. So I'm just kind of like just stuck with it, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. Like my Goofy's at a huge loss. I FOMO'd. That's terrible. It is. You learn lessons. Yeah. Pluto was a gift, so I could sell them. I wouldn't sell any of the other lenticulars. I'm still in profit, almost 100% profit on my pizza truck, almost. It's like 400, 500 gems. I have a lot of stacks of Deadpools and Sue Storms, like Invisible Woman's. I'm still sitting on. It sucks. Like, yeah, it just sucks. I have stacks of Groots that aren't profitable, so all those aren't profitable yet. You know, so it's like. And then I have comics, which I started selling some comics. I do have a C-3PO that I'm trying to sell, but it's low mint, so it's hard to liquidate him.
Yeah, Choo Choo's asking in chat, do you think there is a long-term value in pieces that haven't been sold / transferred before? What does he mean by that?
He means like if you minted it. So like when you mint it, the metadata just shows that you're the primary owner.
Okay, yeah, like if you're the I'm trying to remember. There's like a term for it, but yeah, like if you're the that haven't been sold to transfer before, maybe. But then because when I used to do have you ever heard of Team Fortress 2, like the game or anything like that?
I've heard of it, but I haven't played it.
Yeah, but it's a game that Valve made, for a long time, and so there's hat trading in there. And so there's different hats, like unusual hats with different effects and stuff that people can wear, and different cosmetics and stuff. And they're worth like a lot of money. I actually made a pretty decent amount of money doing that for a while. And one of the things that would kind of like give additional value to an item is a short history. So if there's not a lot of people that owned it prior, that would kind of give it additional value. I'm trying to remember, there was a term. I think it was just called original owner. Like I'm the original owner of this, which means like I unboxed this and I got it at a random chance or whatever. So I got it. I'm the original owners, or it's a short history, or people would say long history or whatever. Occasionally there'll be duplicates, meaning that, and Valve does this like very, very rarely. So I actually got my account scammed once. Like someone actually had access to my Steam account, traded all of my unusual hats away to like a different account and sold them. I'm like, oh my God, like I think it was a keylogger or something weird. And so long story short, I had to submit a ticket to Valve and be like, yo, my account got hacked. And like, they're like, yeah, we know this is suspicious activity. And they said, like, we don't do this often, but we're going to basically duplicate those items and put them in your backpack. You need to change your password, do all this stuff. And so there is kind of like there is a way you can tell if something is, they call it duped. So it's like duplicated. So now there's technically 2 things of that just floating around in the market. So they do it very, very infrequently, only if like literally your account gets hacked, and they only do it like once per account. And so after that, so usually if you have a duplicate item or a duped item, usually it sells for less just because it's a duplicate and not the original. But they don't do it enough to like make it, it's not gonna like ruin the market or anything like that. And I think they only do it with like certain tiered items. If it's like a very high tier item, like let's say Veve did something like that, like they're not gonna duplicate a Walt or duplicate something like that. But if it was probably like a comic or some like other like whatever thing, like a low tier comic, maybe they would. But I mean, just as a thing, but I'm not sure. I'm sure there will be some people that do value you either being the original owner or like a very short history. Or there are some people that might value things that like used to be owned by David Yu. Because someone actually took a screenshot one time like, oh, I bought this from David Yu. And that's in the metadata, right? Or maybe he took a screenshot and stuff. So if like you own things from certain people, that could be a big deal. That is a big deal. So that could be a thing too. But like, is that going to happen anytime soon? Maybe not. I think the niches get a bit more specific as Veve ages, right? People try to find ways to make either their vault or whatever they're buying more valuable. So clean mint, yeah, there's that too. Nogi All-Star, do you think today's comic is worth picking up at 30 gems? I would say so, even though it seems like a bit late and you're like, shoot, I missed it. I like the common, I'd say so. Let me actually check the cost of like the other like common comics, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the similar rarities or whatever.
Yeah,
the
like
similar like tiers.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to find like the common. Actually, I actually have a picture of it. I showed it earlier, and this actually has a pretty good like screenshot of it. It's not it. Here we go. I'll show it on screen. I might have to zoom in a bit. That is not right. There it is. So if I zoom in here, so this is actually, I don't know where I found this. My friend actually sent me a screenshot of this. So it shows Ghost Rider next to like Uncanny X-Men 4, Amazing Spider-Man, you know, that basically all the other comics that are like relatively in the same like tier as them. So there's like Daredevil #1, first appearance of Green Goblin, first appearance of Doc Ock and stuff. But if we look at the floor price of the commons for those, like you can see like Daredevil is 85 gems for the common, 25 gems for the Green Goblin, 52 gems for Doc Ock, and then 36 gems for the X-Men one. So I think the Green Goblin one is on the low side because there's 60,000 mints. Or I think that one might have 70,000. There's actually quite a few mints with that one. So in my honest opinion, like I really think the common should probably be closer to like 40, maybe a bit more than that. And the ultra rare, I mean, we can also look at the ultra rare too, right? So ultra rare for Doc Ock is 383. Daredevil is 585, and then X-Men is 270. So I don't think it should be as high as Daredevil. It should definitely be up there because I think all the comic people say Daredevil is a bit higher than Ghost Rider.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, but it should probably be somewhere in between like 270 and like 380. But again, those, and the thing I like about that is like that's the current prices, right? That's not like their peak a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. Like that's what the prices are now. So I would say if you're like on the fence and you know, and you want to buy one or a couple or whatever, I think 30 gems is fine, or even 31 gems or 35 gems, like whatever the market is showing right now. So at least if you're
I think it's dipping a little bit. Like I think people are taking some profits, you know. So like us, so it's dipping a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Commons are kind of moving back up.
Are they?
Yeah, they're kind of chilling around like 32, 33 right now. It seems like it tries
Dude,
to push
that
up
secret rare went all the way to 1.4 and then it's coming back down.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm. That is nuts.
Ultra rare is back on its way down, 250.
Yeah. I'm not worried about the ultra rare. I'm just gonna chill on it. And again, like we said, it's one of those things where you just wake up, you know, Wednesday morning, all of a sudden people just start stacking them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Oh yeah, I'm trying to find some liquid. I might sell a pizza truck. You might see a pizza truck, a Pluto, a Lady and the Tramp, or an Iron Man from me. You know.
Really? You don't have other stuff to sell? You don't have like I don't know, like other comics, or like how much liquid are you trying to get to? Are you trying to get to like $1,000 or like $1.5 grand?
Oh, bro, no, way more.
Okay.
I'm
Okay, so you're playing
no.
So you're
I'm thinking.
Yeah, so you're playing the game of like, I'm going to sell my stuff now because I think it's going to all dump 30-40%.
I don't know if it's going to be. I'm kind of in this place where, I mean, tell me what you think. I mean,
sure.
I don't mind. I want to hear your honest opinion. You know, someone came on my stream today and was like, bro, I remember you talked about selling before the last pump. And I'm like, yes. I mean, that was also like a few months ago. I was a little less experienced, but also the trend of the market. No one was expecting the pump to be that huge, you know? There's nothing. And then people always say that, right? Whenever you sell stuff, they're like, oh, you paper handed, but it's like, when you're at profit, like you're at the top. Like if people were taking profits a month ago, oh my gosh, they're sitting so happy. So, no, I'm currently sitting on 6,000 gems, my guy.
Nice.
Yeah, because I think number one, I know there's future grails coming, and I can't afford to put more fiat in. I'm already way too heavy.
Yeah.
And so I can't put more fiat. That's always my first go-to, right? Okay, put more cash. So I know there's going to be future grails that I'm not going to be able to afford. So because I had gems today, I was able to make some moves today with the Ghost Rider, you know? And then I think that the MTL fears are going to get bad. And I think that's a huge catalyst. I think it could get way worse. I think Veve has been very unpredictable, and they've been like so much big FAs, a lot of big announcements. And I'm honestly expecting it not to slow down because they
Mhm.
said they're going to keep bringing stuff. So I actually think there's going to be more and more and more and more announcements. So I think we might keep squeezing. I'm
I,
not sure, but I'm just, yeah.
I agree with that. And I think what you're not saying is I'm gonna sell now and all through March because of May the 4th. You're not saying it,
No.
but I think like, but that's the time to sell, right? Because I mean, if they make an announcement late March or something happens around there, I think with Pokemon, just the fact that there was a
Oh, bro,
Pokemon
I'm
day,
thinking about it.
yeah, that's
No,
what
dude,
I mean.
I'm thinking about it.
I know you're, but I don't think that's it's not a bad move either because I do think of it this way: any big announcement that's going to happen between now and MTL, people are just going to sell stuff off, right? Like prices will only go down. What announcement could Veve do that would actually make the market pump? Like a ton. Like Omi to NFT, that's not going to happen till way later this year. Like not this last AMA, but the AMA before. Like David Yu, people are asking like, oh, what's going to happen first? Omi to NFT or like MTL, and he's like MTL for sure. He's like Omi to NFT is later this year, which means mid Q4 of this year, probably like as late as possible, which probably means like November, like late November, like that's when we're gonna get Omi to NFT.
Yep.
Another reason why the market could pump. I think Q system could cause the market to pump, in my personal opinion. I think just because.
Yeah, no, it could.
But even Veve said that if they do
2
announce
months at least.
Yeah, they said 2 months, but also like they're gonna do tests before then, so we're gonna get a nice lead up to it. Like, so we'll probably get 2 weeks worth of testing through various drops, and so it's not like Q system's happening this Saturday and be prepared. It's like, all right, we're gonna test Q system for the next 2 months on various drops, or for the next 2 weeks, whatever, however long they do it. And that's like really
no, bro. You make a great point. What are the catalysts to make us pump? Those two. The only other catalyst I would say is the only other big catalyst is no big announcements. But that's not going to happen because they're going to keep dropping collectible after collectible NFT. They're going to saturate this market to the point where people bleed. That's why I want gems, because you need gems to be able to make moves. If you're in NFTs, the only move you can make is appreciation, right? If you're not appreciating though, then you're losing.
Let me see here. Let me just field a couple questions. I do want to keep talking about this topic because it is really interesting. Let's go Vibes. What's up, Mr. Planet Prophet? Ayo Dino, good to see you as always, sir. Neek says, I think Uncanny X-Men 282 is so disrespected. 8 gems for a B tier comic. I stacked maybe 10, around 7 gems. Trash tier comics were selling for a minimum of 14. I don't know about Uncanny X-Men 282. I'll have to look that one up. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'll take a look at it. Just thinking Vibes, imagine someone like Dr. Prophet considering the price of his big money in real life. If he or someone stacked 10,000, even more, they would raise their own value. Yeah, that too. Joe M, what up, guys? Fallout Common is underpriced. I've seen it today under 100 gems. Yeah, we had on Sleeping Comics earlier, and he said that he's been buying. He stopped buying Ultimate Fallouts because he's been buying them since like 30 gems, he said, or like 35 gems. He's been buying them like every day. But I still think like under 100 gems, he says it's a pretty good buy. He said he wouldn't buy 400 gems, but if it's under 100 gems, he would pick it up. Do you think DB5 Ultra Rare at 588 is a good deal? Long term, sure. I don't know like how long you're thinking, right? If you're trying to buy it and like flip it in the short term, I do think that's another one that will keep getting squeezed. Like if there's any kind of big announcement or a Marvel or a Disney. And that's the other thing too, like if you're gonna buy this IP, what other IP could be announced that would cause it to get squeezed? So like honestly, Disney and Marvel, the only thing that's gonna cause those to like squeeze really hard is other Disney and Marvel, in my personal opinion. Unless it's like a massive like DC, or maybe like a whole new IP like Jurassic Park or I don't even know. But even then, it's and that's where kind of like the speculative part of Veve comes in, right? More users, bro. We need. I agree. Yeah, we do need more users. Trade for You Are Black Panther, or what would be a good trade off in the current market? Floor is 450. You Are Black Panther. I would just hold it for now. It depends. The Veve showroom. It depends on what you bought Black Panther for. Like if you bought it like at its peak, I would just hold it. But if you got it on drop or something, like dude, like take the profit and like maybe grab a lenticular card. Grab maybe if you have a few extra gems, maybe grab 2 of the ultra rare Ghost Rider comics, or start stacking some comics now while you can. Yeah, well, just let me know how much like you bought it for if you got it on drop, like, because that's going to determine at least how I would approach it. I agree with that thesis. If anything, now would be the time to start liquidating to play drops, important grows. I agree with original Mertz. Like that kind of goes into what Dina was saying. Like, you know, now could be the time to, like, I would liquidate more stuff if I could. If I had more things that were in profit, or at least like not so far in the red, like
Yeah.
I bought, what's it? I bought a Joker, not the FA one, but like the FE version that only had like, I don't know,
The Dick Sprang one.
Dick Sprang. I bought that for 800 gems. Now it's down to like 405. And I'm like,
Yeah,
so I
that's
bought that
rough.
basically at its peak. So I'm like, I'm not going to sell this for a 400 gem loss.
Yeah, I have a couple pieces like that I'm not in
Yeah.
profit on. You know what I mean? Like, especially my
Yeah.
lenticular cards, I'm down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
My comics, I think a lot of them I'm even on. But it's really how you read this market. If you ask me if you're selling right now, I say hodl the gems, man. It might be something big coming. I don't know.
I've been telling everyone, I'm like, if you're planning on buying, and even now, I would still say just hold your gems. Just hold your gems. Like, just something's gonna come by, and like the catalyst that will cause the market to pump are few and far between. And you mentioned like, oh, if there's no announcements that could cause the market to pump, like maybe short term, but I think just the fact that MTL could be on the tip of Vivi's tongue at any moment, they could literally just say MTL and the market could crash. I think people are going to be pretty hesitant to even start pumping anything, which is why.
Great point.
Yeah, which is why things pump like 15% and then go down. Pump up 20% and then go down. Like,
Yep.
things do not stay.
Bro, that's an amazing point. The point you made right there is like, what are the catalysts that are going to make it run? That's the most amazing point I've probably ever heard someone say, because I'm talking about, I think it's going to go down, and people are like, "Ah, you're a bear," and I'm like, okay, that's a great question though. What's going to make it pump?
Yeah, and I think too, like the reason why, I think also the reason why the market was just crazy during after 12 days of Veve. Like, remember, like there's just 3 weeks of just pumps, just pumping, and then I think the 2 weeks after that was just a natural retracement. But like during the holidays, you probably saw your friends, your family, you were probably going for drops. Like, oh, what is that? Like, oh, it's a Veve app, and like they look at it, and then they're like, wait, so you got this comic for $7 and you just sold it for 55, and you're like, yeah, and you could eventually we're gonna be able to cash out. And they're like, wow, this is cool, and so. We had a bunch of new users get on the app. We had a bunch of people put a bunch of money in the app, and they're like, wait, so like there's this thing that you can just have a random chance of just winning something, and you can like basically 50x your money. You know, that's kind of exaggerated. And so a lot of people put a bunch of money in the app, and they're like, wow, I'm just going to buy a bunch of stuff, which they did. A lot of them, like after 12 days of Veve was over, they're like, all right, I have 1,500 gems. What should I buy? And they just started just buying stuff, right? So everything started pumping. But I think too, like we weren't really talking about MTL at that point. Like Veve was talking about MTL for like 9 months, and people were like, all right, is this even gonna happen? Like, whatever. And I think people were just YOLOing gems because like we weren't really talking about MTL. But I think just the fact that like MTL's over the horizon, I think people are going to be a bit more conservative with investing. So I do think things could pump, but I think now that like gems actually have a real world value tied to them, I just don't see investments pumping 200, 300%. Like I don't see things like 2.5, 3xing as often as we used to see, because people are like, wow, this thing I bought for 100 gems, now it's up to 200. I could just double my money. Like this is now, after MTL and all the fees and stuff like that. Like if I sold this, I can make $150 like right now, So I think people are just going to approach it a bit differently now that we have MTL and now that gems are no longer play money. Because honestly, if I had this much money in real life, I would not just be like just slinging around. Like if this was like a stock market or like something similar, I would not just be slinging around this much. But because it's gems, you kind of like, I'm trying to think of the term, but you're kind of like more disconnected the fact that it's like actual real world money, or it could be at one point. But now that there's like an MTL cash out feature, I think people are going to be a bit more conservative. There's still going to be pumps. There's still going to be FOMO, but it's hilarious. Like I just don't see things like late January, early February like happening again, at least anytime soon, in my personal opinion. So yeah, I think right now
something absolutely hilarious. I just accidentally, so funny. I thought I put it on auction. I just accidentally floored a 500-digit Invisible Woman.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
But it doesn't. I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, the premium would have got on 10 gems.
Oh yeah, well, whatever. Yeah.
Nobody cares about Invisible Woman at all.
No, it's weird because like I tried to like not be cynical, like, oh, Invisible Woman's trash, blah blah. I'm like, you know, like I'm not the biggest fan of her. Like, you have to kind of like cushion the blow before you just like completely just take a dump all over the NFT. It's like, you know, I like her. You know, I'm not a misogynist or anything like that. It's just like the character just isn't super popular. You know, like Wonder Woman on the other hand, like I think she could pump, she could do well. There's a reason why she's actually like somewhat holding her value, but like Invisible Woman, you know, there's just not a lot of like entertainment stuff around it. The Fantastic Four movie's not going to come out for like another 2 years, and like I don't know, there's just not much to it. I said, I'm like, legitimately any of the other Fantastic Four members, when they announce them in that like series or that blind box thing, will do better. Like Mr. Fantastic's part of the Illuminati, Human Torch is like probably the coolest quote unquote like character, and the Thing is like very lovable and just like big and like, you know, whatever. It's like I think people like those characters a bit more, my opinion.
Yeah, no, dude. I mean, you're making a great point.
No.
I think that market was running back then, and you know, everyone was talking about stack. I was just practicing my stacking, and it failed like utterly. And I've been holding on to these things, trying to get rid of them at a profit. And it's just like at this point, I'm losing more opportunity costs holding the gems in these things. You know, it's just like. But it's just funny. I accidentally floored one. I meant to put it at auction because I'd probably get like a 10 gem premium, you know, maybe 20 gems if I'm lucky. And I accidentally put it on
just floored it. Well, the scary part is like that's probably the only way it would sell is if it's like what'd you say, 4-digit, right? 4 or 5-digit?
It was 530, mint 530.
Oh, 3-digit. Yeah, you probably could ask for a small premium, but like if you wanted to sell it instantly, that's probably the only way it would sell.
No, you had to floor it.
Yeah, you would have to floor it.
I could have sold it maybe for 5 gems above floor. You know, it's bad. Like if you scroll through Invisible Woman, it's bad. Like there's 3 digits on the like 5 gems off the floor.
Yeah,
like
I'd say like I think you know, it's a good.
There could have been worse mistakes, right?
Yeah,
like
it's a cheap lesson.
Spider-Man's.
Yeah, it's a cheap lesson to say the least. So yeah, that's why I think at the end of my videos I've been saying like, please double and triple check your orders just in case, like because we've just been seeing it a lot. Uncle Always.
Dude, I've never made a mistake. Listing, and I didn't I sold it technically fine. Like I could have made that decision too, but yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah. Well, you haven't made a mistake that you're just like, fuck, I just lost.
No.
You know, 40%. Yeah, nothing like that yet. That's good. Uncle
I've
Always.
only made intentional dumb mistakes. Oh, go ahead, answer your question. Sorry.
No, it's like Uncle Always says, according to Veve stats, we should be hundreds of thousands of more users deep by Q4. I think more than that. Users, like we should be in like the millions.
Yeah, way more.
We should be like
way more.
I really think I don't know it, because right now we have what last update they gave us 2.9. I'm kind of curious to what they'll say next AMA. Which is
2.1 or 2.2.
2.2 active.
No, it was 2.1 month of active users. That was like a week or two ago.
Okay. But some people
I think we'll have 10 million by end of year.
I think so too. I think it's hopefully a bit more. Hopefully like we'll have like somewhere between like 12 to 14, but 10 million is like, yeah, we're definitely going to get up there.
You think, dang. Yeah, I think it's easy. I mean, even with math alone, I mean, 20,000 a day, we're about 10 million at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a lot of growth in the user base. Like we'll do good.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What Givenchy, that's how you pronounce it. It's not Givenchy or whatever.
Givenchy.
Be an IP that would crash the market? I don't think so, John. Not personally.
I definitely want a Pride, though. I kind of want to get a Pride Givenchy.
Yeah. It depends on the mint number. I think what he means, like, because aren't those announcements are happening next month? Or no, that's the Rewind logo stuff, not Givenchy. That's something different.
Yeah, it's not Givenchy, it's Rewind. Yeah. So Rewind dropped with Givenchy, but it's not Givenchy.
Yeah. Pixel Trader says, don't forget there are other big verticals coming, probably this year, sports, music, anime, new types of collectibles, etc. Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, if literally any of those get announced in the next couple months, it's just going to make the market go down, right? People are going to liquidate their stuff. So I think it just all the more reason why to potentially sell your stuff now while you can, or at least during these small pumps when they do happen. So, and that's probably the best time to sell, right? Is like, let's say they did have like a big announcement for sports or whatever it is. The market's going to dip, and then people are going to stock up on all their gems. You know, like the 007 thing was perfect, right? People sold off a bunch of stuff to afford the big drop, and that was a really big anomaly because like 1,000 gems for a drop and 300 gems for a drop, like a lot of people liquidated a lot of stuff for that. But shortly after, everything pumped. Like literally, there like some of the golden moments went up like 50%. Like all like the skateboard, the Planet Truck, the kind of like the lower end stuff. You know what I mean. That stuff at the lower end started pumping.
The lower end of the golden moments, yeah.
Yeah. So what was it like? Skateboard, Pizza Planet Truck. Kind of argue Homer and Bart's probably down there. They're probably at the top of the bottom, which isn't saying a whole lot, but they're probably at the top of the bottom. BV Showroom, Fire Advice, Black Panther was my first no common rarity drop. Nice. It's strictly because I'm a fan, but being a fan doesn't pay you. Exactly. That's actually a good point.
Nope.
It does not. I'll be honest. When I won my Black Panther drop, I sold it. I just sold it for 108. I probably could have rebought lower, or maybe I could have waited for the 007 drop and sold it at 130 or whatever. But you can see right now, like, it's very short lived. Like the whole Black Panther thing, like. Just like everything else on the app, people are just starving for profit, right? Especially now that like there are people that are in that beta phase where they can cash out. So, and I think that might be smart of Veve to just kind of like subtly let people like use MTL without telling them. Do you think that would be a legitimate strategy of just slow trickle it to everyone, but to not tell everyone? They might legitimately just say at the end of March, like, by the way, you all have access to MTL if you guys haven't checked your account, and like that would make the market just like dump. But I think what they might say is
that would be like, that's crazy. It's so weird. Huh.
That'd probably be the worst thing they could do, in my opinion, because that would cause the market to like really dump. But I'm sure they'll make an announcement like, all right, now that we're done with the beta phase, people are going to slowly get it each week for the next, month and a half, 2 months, whatever it is. Just check your account every so often to see if you have access, and that's it. And like that will cause the market to dip a bit, but I do think after that, people will start buying the floor, because I would imagine
it's so hard to say. Like, it's like so hard to say what would happen. I'm like, I don't know.
Let's see what else we have. Where do you see your Ghost Rider by the end of the week? Says Sirius. Hard to say. I think you could go up to I think you can go up to like 350. I would say by the end of the week, assuming that there's no like hard hitting drops or anything like that. I think it could be up there. It's still going to be just shy of that one thing I showed, right? On that list. Like, I think it'll still be shy of the first appearance of Doc Ock, which is I think 360 right now ish, something like that. So it'll still be like just shy of that, but it's up there. Like popularity wise, it's definitely up there. Or what do you think? Or are you disagreeing?
Which one?
The ultra rare. This drop. He said, what do you think the price is going to be by the end of the week? Because right now, remember?
Oh man, I'm terrible at price predictions. I don't know. I hope it moons more so I can sell it for more profit.
I agree. I think, but regardless, either way, B and Dino are just going to dollar cost average on the way up, and then hopefully liquidate it enough to the point where, you're never going to catch it at the top, right? Like me and Dino could sell it at 300, and then it runs to 350, and then it goes back down to 320, and then it's like you're never going to catch stuff at the top, right? But just take the like if your plan is to take profit, take it while you can, or don't be upset that like it kept running, because you're never going to time it at the top.
No one can time things perfectly. Do I wish I sold everything in the top of November? Sure I did, but I wasn't reading this like stocks, and I should have been. If it was stocks, I would have been selling already. So
we got a Randy raid. What's up, Randy? Appreciate it.
What's up? Let's go.
I knew that wall investment, putting my name up on the wall, would pay off one day. Randy
Let's
raid.
go. We got a Randy raid.
Hell yeah.
What's up, bro? What's up, Randy? How you doing, fam?
Yeah. Just missed it. We had Sleeping in Comics in here earlier. We had Mike Collectibles, and we got Dino right now, so we're getting hyped in here. Let's get this bread. I love this game.
Let's do it.
I love this game.
I know. I've been like so anti-hype right now because I've just been like selling stuff. Like I've just been in the market while we're chatting.
Yeah. Man, it sucks because like I feel like I want, because I feel like me and you made a lot of good points over the last like 30 minutes, and we might have to repeat them, but it depends what people ask. Dashi, meow 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 meow.
Dude, you're getting spammed right now. Let's go.
I know, dude. It's almost like I'm getting egged. Next time, I'll probably get egged.
You're getting gated.
Yeah, I'm getting gated right now. Loki gang represent. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you're getting gated.
Thoughts on SR Aston Martin versus Todd long term? Some people are flipping between them now. Really?
Oh, yeah. I think there's a lot of people that floored their Todds for the Martin.
For the Martin? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And I think most of the people that floored their Todds for the Martin are the people that have multiples of Todd. Because from what I've heard, like early on, some people do have multiples of Todd. They just treat it as like their little wallet, right? There are people that have 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 Todds. Like there are people that have that many, and they're just like every big drop, they're like, oh, I'll just sell one. Like it's not that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll just
like,
score a Todd.
Yeah, it's like whatever. It's like I can always just get more, right? Not get more Todds,
Yeah.
but it's like I have so many. Like I'm just using it as a means to get more, right? So hell yeah,
it's an
we got everyone in
appreciating
here.
liquid asset for them.
Yeah. So, yeah, dude, if you guys have any questions about like the market, should I buy this or that? What's the price prediction of that? Earlier I bought, I'll show it here on my screen actually. I bought a lot of the Ghost Rider. If you guys have not bought Ghost Rider, even now I think it's actually a pretty decent price point for the most part. Like,
Is the price getting better or worse?
I think it's gone up a tiny bit on that's not right. Where's my comics?
Dude, this thing might keep pumping, man. It's holding up there. People want that Ghost Rider.
Yeah, dude. I had I traded one, I forgot. So I bought 6 of these. I floored a couple of these. I did one trade. Traded a Daisy for this, which was probably a bad trade, but I had 5 anyway. Like I don't care. And plus it's like I've been meaning to do a trade for a while. I know you're a big trader. You like trading, don't you?
I like trading. I
Yeah.
think it's fun. Yeah, I just think it's fun. Not every trade works out, but if you can work out one that's really fun, it's fun, you know? It works out well.
Yeah. And it's hard because I think right now, like trading, it's hard because like the market's just so volatile, right? Like you make a trade, like I traded a ultra rare Marvel Spotlight or the Ghost Rider for a Daisy, and it's like, yeah, Ghost Rider might pull ahead over the next few days, but then I think long term, like Daisy's gonna do better, so I'm not too worried about it for the most part. Plus, like I bought all of my ultra rares for 200 gems or less, so like I'm chilling. It's almost like I bought a Daisy for 200. Like I don't care, but
Yeah. The appreciation put in, so you're like, oh, cool, I got a Daisy, and then you finished your set. So there's so many things that get involved in trading, you know, that make people want to make trades and other people don't. So
yeah. So, how many of the Ghost Riders did you buy again? You bought quite a few, didn't you? Or were they all commons, or were they different rares?
No. I had 7 commons, 7 uncommons, 3 rares, and 3 ultra rares.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was a fun ghost riding day. I was second guessing myself. I'm like, gosh, I'm buying the first day. I don't want to FOMO, and I'm like, man, I know the value of this piece. I'm like, I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. It looks like bots. So I just kept buying, and I was nervous, but it worked out. I DCA'd down a little bit, and it worked out.
Yeah, I probably bought a little bit too soon for the ultra rares because, like I said, I bought the majority of them for around 200, and I think I bought a couple for like 180. But if I just waited, I could have bought all of them for technically 150-ish or like 160, and then got myself an extra ultra rare. But you know, it's still profit at the end of the day. Someone linked this, or my friend linked me this earlier today, and I'm showing the list again, Dino, in case you're wondering. But I'm just showing it to the new guys about the
here it is. Okay.
Yeah, the Ghost Rider comic and how essentially. I mean, this was obviously like probably like 6-7 hours ago, so the floor price is 27 or 17. But like for other comparative comics, like the first appearance of Green Goblin, Doc Ock, and then Daredevil, and then we have the X-Men number 4 as well. Like, I really think the common, like after everything is said and done, like the common should probably be closer to like 40 gens, maybe a bit higher. And then the ultra rare should probably be somewhere in between the first appearance of Doc Ock and that X-Men number 4, the Uncanny. So probably somewhere around like 350-ish to like 300 to 350-ish. That's just my guesstimate.
I'm down.
So I'm kind of just buying these. I'm letting these run for a bit. I'm just going to dollar cost average. Me and Dina are just going to dollar cost average our comics. From now till the next couple days and stuff. So right now I'm just kind of liquidating because I agree with Dino. I do think the gem squeeze is going to continue a bit longer because I think any big IP announcements is just going to cause it to get worse until we fully get MTL like up and running, in my personal opinion. So.
And we have an AMA tomorrow, and I feel like AMAs are typically not bullish for the market. I think they're actually more bearish. I think they actually hurt the market more than they help it.
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing I could see it causing a pump is if they announce, and it would be very temporary again too, right? If they announce the comic vault thing, like if you can like read your comics in your vault.
Oh yes.
Okay, cool. Like I think that'll cause comics to pump a bit, but then it's going to be very short lived. Like just like any other drop, people are going to take their profits and just move on. That's like cool. You
People
can
are
read your
scared
comments.
right now. We've been squeezed for a month, and so people are nervous with their gems, and they're like, "Oh God," like even me, like me having this many gems is actually pretty comforting to me because I'm like, okay, well these are 90% of a dollar, so one gem is 90 cents now, right? We know
Yeah.
that. So I have 90. So I have a strong, I have a good percent of my initial investment sitting in gems right now, which means I'm safe. Like I'm like, oh, I like this.
Yeah, let's see here. I don't know why it's lagging. Let's just look at Spider-Man. I kind of use this as an example. Thoughts on selling Becky I got from the store to stack on comic grails. Ken Gems, it's probably not a bad idea. If you're thinking, someone brought up a good term, which is like collectibles are like stocks, but like comics are bonds. Like comics just don't move a lot. But that's the best and worst part about them. They just don't move a lot, right? So they don't seem to react too much to like gem squeezes. I'm sure there's like an initial drop, but then they like plateau pretty hard. At least if you're focusing on like secret rares and ultra rares and stuff like that. Like I do feel like commons and uncommons and rares do get dumped pretty hard, just because they're relatively easy to like get rid of. But it's up to you, Ken Gems. Like if you're buying comics, like you said, comic grails, and you said what you're selling a Becky, so that would get you what, like maybe 1,200 gems, 1,300 gems. I don't know where Becky's at right now. Let me look it up. Becky. Oh, she's at 18. Wow, she actually went up quite a bit. She actually recovered pretty well from this market. Do you use ecomi wiki, or like do you use any of those chart graphs? Do you know? Like
Yeah. I like ecomi wiki.
Okay. Late raid, what's up?
Yeah, I need to use it more, but no, I like it. I don't keep my vault update. I keep my vault up to date on my phone and my vault value, but I like it for the charts. They're better on ecomi wiki than on vault value.
Gotcha. All right, let me close a few things because I think it's lagging my stream.
Dude, I could floor my R2 right now and get 6K.
I don't know, dude.
No, I'm
Gosh.
not going to sell the R2.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, man.
No, I'm not going to. No, my Star Wars set is like my grails, man. Those are like, those pieces are going to be worth so much.
Yeah, those are, I imagine like those are locked up. Good God, this is like really lagging.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason why I'm selling a C-3PO is because I have 2 C-3POs. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants a low mint C-3PO, I'm willing to trade or sell it. Let's go.
Nice. Oh, it's because I need to like log back in again. Let me black screen this. I'm like, why is it going so slow? I guess I needed to log in.
Oh yeah, you're a big Star Wars fan. Yeah, I'm trading. I'm going to try to trade or sell my C-3PO. One of them.
I may or may not do a another one of those videos like Boba Fett, except for Star Wars. Maybe like a week before May the 4th.
No, I'm not watching it. You
should. You should.
No, the Boba Fett one made me panic. In my heart, I was like, "Oh man, pizza truck just dipped below a K. He's at $9.99 now."
Yeah.
Gosh. I should have paper handed that little sucker.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a pizza truck?
I do not. I think my golden moments are Mickey hat, Donald Daisy, and I think that I thought I had more. Maybe I sold a couple like before
Bro, people are selling right now. It is getting bloody out there. It just keeps getting worse.
Is it really? Let me look at the top losers.
I mean, pizza truck is down below 1,000 now. I don't know.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther uncommon is down 65. It's down to 65, so it went down 26%. Black Panther. I think this is just retracing from the pump that happened, yesterday or last couple days or something.
Okay. Oh, so you can pull up biggest losers. I haven't even looked at that yet. Black Panthers, yes, they did retrace hard. They pumped and then they dumped.
Yeah. Now they're kind of on an upswing right now, like comparatively to 24 hours ago. But if you compare to, the last 6 hours, then yeah, it's on the upswing right now. Yeah, Black Panther is like just really volatile right now. Let's see. I feel like I always see Ajax, that Eternal, like at the top of the gainers or top of the losers list, like all the time. I feel like she's also like very volatile. Weirdly enough, I paid no attention to the Eternals. I haven't watched the show.
Yeah, same.
But Secret Rare Spidey down to 45K. Interesting.
Oh, perfect. Let me go snag one now.
Yeah, just go snag it. It's pocket change at this point. Mayor of Townsville, Supergirl.
That's killing.
Let's see. Yeah,
Steven Longo and Mr. Planet Profit. Just DM me on Twitter or on my Discord, and we can talk trading that C3PO if you want. We can talk swapping it around. I'm down. There's a few pieces that I really want right now, and but you can throw some trades out to me. Yeah.
Keep saying my name. Plan Profit.
Oh, Planet. It's Planet Profit, right?
Yeah, it's like
says
Planet
Planet
Prop. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Planet Profit. I don't know. I don't
What's
know if you
up,
meant me
Lamont?
or someone else. Charles Merkel is the Iron Fist comic that only has 10k mints being slept on because I bought 7 at $18. I'm not sure. I know Iron Fist is, it's a cool character. I'm just not sure if it has the popularity to like really push those upper numbers. I do think
It's
a lot
just
of
a low mint count, right? It's just, I think it's a 10,000 edition.
Yeah, it's the low mint that's like carrying its price, but I think a lot of the comic people put that like high C, low B tier. It's like he's relatively cool, but I just think the popularity isn't there to really help him push those upper numbers, even despite the low mints, right? So, should I sell my 3-digit You Are Black Panther? Let me see. If it's on an upswing right now, it's probably not a terrible idea. Because to be honest, and me and Dino think too, like, I think this gem squeeze is just going to continue until, maybe.
Wow, that's a very interesting offer right there I just got.
Really?
Wait, is that a legitimate offer, or are you just toying with my emotions? Let me look at it. Let me look at the price point.
If you feel comfortable sharing, I would love to hear it. But if not, it's fine. I'm looking.
No, it's right there. It's on your chat. It's on your chat. Secret rare Aston Martin for the C3PO.
Oh, okay. What's the Aston
that's
Martin
actually
right
a tempting offer.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking up right now. That's what I don't know.
Yeah. It's secretly at like 1.8k, and he just doesn't want to tell you.
No, it's 7k,
I'm just
I
kidding.
think.
Eternals are
7.6.
the best. Emmanuel, really?
Honestly,
I haven't seen the
man,
show.
I might be down. Send me your mint.
Hell
Send me
yeah.
your mint number.
Hell
I
yeah.
honestly might be down. That sounds kind of fun. Oh, dude, I thought it was a joke. I thought so. Nah. JK, Dino thought it would pass you since you weren't looking at your phone. Yeah. I was like...
Yeah, I was like, dude, that's actually a pretty good trade. But yeah, so people are saying
I'm like,
the
that's
Eternals
actually a
is-
decent trade.
Yeah, people are saying the Eternals is actually pretty good. You said you watched it, right? Or maybe you didn't?
Yeah, Eternals was good.
Okay, I haven't seen it yet.
It was good.
Yeah, I only hold my wallet in SR Black Panther right now. Keep a stash of gems for more of a squeeze. I think so too. Like, I think I don't blame people right now for liquidating what they have, because I do think, because me and Dino were talking about this earlier, like, what are catalysts that could cause the market to pump? And that's like, in my mind, like the only things that could cause it to pump. And Dino brought, what was the one you said too? Just like no drops, basically, like no drops.
Yeah,
for like
just
a long
no
period
drop.
of time.
That's what caused the last one to pump, right? When you get 2 comics in a weekend collectible, that market pumps on that,
Yeah. So that could cause a pump, Omi to NFT, like Q system, but even then, like Q system's going to take a while to come out. Omi to NFT is literally not going to happen until late this year. But like any big IP announcement, I think it's just going to keep the market squeezing, because as of right now, even though all of the flippers have liquidated at this point, because they're waiting for MTL, they still have liquid, which means they could still play the market, right? Like, they're still buying Ghost Riders, they're still flipping Black Panther, all that stuff. Like, I would too. Like, if I was trying to cash out and I had 5,000 or 10,000 gems and I'm waiting for MTL, I'm like, well, I'm waiting for MTL. I might as well just buy a few of these. I know I can flip it for a good profit, so whatever. Like, until we get those flippers out of the market completely, or at least like they cash out a majority of their money, like the market is just going to struggle to recover, and people are always going to take profit. And until now that basically gems have a real world value like associated with it, I just don't see the market like pumping 200, 250% and stuff like that anymore. Like, I just don't think that's, things basically like 2.5, 3, 4xing might not happen as much, or at least like there won't be a hard run up without some sort of very short term people like take a profit or something. Because I think people were just yellowing it because like gems were just basically just play money, right? For the longest time. So, and I explained on this, if you guys actually checked the stream earlier, I kind of went on a tangent as to like why I think the market's pumping and why I think like, or why it did pump, why it's regressing, and then also why I don't think we're going to see these kind of pumps, like, probably again for like a very long time. But yeah. Dang,
very long time.
Yeah, for a while. Like, We will have some short-term pumps like we did see today. Like, remember after Aston Martin, everything pumped for a bit and then went back down. But I think we're pretty much done with that kind of stuff for the most part. So, but it seems like you're liquidating, and I would do more liquidating too if I could. But again, like I said, I a lot of my stuff is like in the negative right now. Like, I'm just like everyone else. Like, their vault value is just down, and maybe they have a small handful of NFTs that could be profitable, or at least like a very tiny loss. But that's it at this point.
I can't put more. I mean, my first goal is always put more cash, right? But I can't do it anymore. So now it's just like, it's at a point where it's like, if I really want to get future Grail pieces, I'm gonna need some liquid to play with, you know. And so I think this might be it sucks that I didn't do it a month ago or a month and a half ago, but it is what it is. I can't dwell in the past, you know.
Yeah, and I would say too, it's like, I don't know, like part of me kind of also accepted too that it's like, it's okay to let certain NFTs just go. You know, sometimes you just kind of have to, like, if you got golden moments and you're profitable, you know, it's okay to just let your winners win. Just let them just keep doing their thing. Let them just keep going up. Like, could you technically flip it? You know, could you technically sell it and maybe rebuy it later or buy something else? Like, I think there's cases to be made for both sides. Like, you know, selling most of your stuff because you're expecting a dip to come later, you know, because when MTL is like actually announced and they actually say, like, because that the most recent article like just mentioned MTL and just how it worked, not even a date, and people were freaking out and selling. Like, imagine if they actually put a date and said, like, all right, now we're starting MTL, you know, mid-March, late March, and people are gonna slowly get it over the course of, you know, 6 weeks, and eventually everyone's gonna have it by the end of May. You know, if they said that. If they said that, that would definitely cause the market to just go nuts, right? So I feel like that the market is very emotional. It's like very trigger happy, just in general. So I fully expect that. So I don't think, like, I don't blame people for holding, but I also don't blame people for just like, yeah, I'm just gonna sell anything right now that's profitable, because I do fully expect another gem squeeze to happen between now and March, or end of March, or end of May, or whatever it is. Let's see. Veve wants drops not to sell out, and for it to be where you can't buy everything and collect everything you like Walmart can't take everything off the shelf. Yeah, Diamond. I think an interesting thing that Veve might do is, I think they might do drop days. I think in like the far future, I think Veve will have multiple drops at the same time. Like they'll have a DC, a Marvel, and like a Disney drop, and it's like, well, they're all literally happening the same second, so. You can't have on one phone 3 screens of Veve and play all 3 drops on one screen, right? You can maybe have a couple phones and play each drop or whatever, but it's like, you're gonna have to pick. Like, you're gonna have to pick, are you bigger Disney fan, Marvel, or DC? And you're gonna have to play that drop. You know, you can do them all in the secondary market, but I think a day will come where they'll be like, all right, we're releasing this independent artist, a Mermacorno, and this, like, you know, a Jurassic Park drop or whatever. Like, pick one of the 3, and, you know, it's like, are you gonna go to the Jurassic Park drop because everyone's going for the Jurassic Park drop, or are you just going to go for a Mermacorno or an independent artist? There's less people going for those, so you have a higher chance of winning. Like, I think that's going to be the give and take that David Yu means. Like, he's going to have multiple drops, like, literally at the same time, and you're going to have to pick one, and that's it. In the secondary market, you could buy whatever you want, right? So I think that's what he means by that. But actually, that might change with the queue system, right? Because, like, you could just, like, queue. Maybe they'll just let it so you can only queue into, like, one of the 3 or something. Because eventually we're going to get to the point, like me and you mentioned, like by the end of the year, there's probably going to be like 10 million people on the app. I think it's going to be a little frustrating.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's going to be a little frustrating that like every drop you go for, it's going to be you versus 10 million people, like every single time. Like that'd be very like, I'd just be like, dude, I mean, I would still go for the drop, but it would just be like, all right, here we go. Month number 2 straight of like not winning anything. But if they did it where they did multiple drops in a day and you can only queue for one, maybe now you have a 1 in 3 million chance, or a 1 in 1.5 million chance, because now there's 5 different drops and you can only queue for one. Like, I'd rather have that personally. But that's just me, because I know I'd mostly probably go for like Star Wars, Disney, Marvel over anything else. Let's see.
Hey, I'm probably gonna have to jump off here, but
Sure.
Dude, it was fun hanging out.
Yeah, it was, and I hope you got some. You made some profit between now, since you jumped on, and since you're getting off now. So.
Yeah, we're having fun and selling, and it's all good. Everyone was napping in my house, and now they're all awake, so I'm gonna go hang out.
Awesome, appreciate it, man. Thanks for hopping on, and then,
Dude, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you to all your subs, man. You guys smash like and sub on his video.
Hell yeah.
If you want to check out my channel, it's Dino Lang, but you guys are freaking awesome, man.
Yeah, please check out Dino. He's awesome. He's very good at giving content updates, and you stream like what time in the morning, right? Pacific time?
Yeah. Generally, I'm doing 9:30 or 10 a.m. Pacific time right now. Yeah, and I'm liking that slot. We'll see if I change it or not, but I'm liking it. I've been doing it for about a month on that time, and I like it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by, Dino. Have a good night.
Dude, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. Cool. Thanks for stopping by, Dino. I'll probably be streaming for another 20 minutes or so. If you guys have any burning questions about the market, I think my computer's going to be running a little bit faster now that I don't need Discord up, because my computer's like 10 years old. Let's open this. Thanks for your presence, Dino. Of course. With the new MTL Medium article, people only buy what they really want now. I feel so pumps are smaller and people are nervous with actual. Yeah, Dane, I really think like between like as much as people want the market to pump, the fact that the term MTL is going to be announced or basically at the tip of Veve's tongue at any point for the next like 6 weeks to 2 months, like I think people are going to be very hesitant to just buy anything. Like, or at least to like really get prices up to here. Like I said, like we're looking at, I don't know, just randomly pulled up Captain America Common. Like, so it's already retraced. I think its absolute bottom is probably closer to like 85 gems, to where it's getting to the point now where like, even if you did get it for 64, you're not making much profit at 80 or 85. But like, if we're talking about these, God, this graph is like so exaggerated. Let me try and find one that's like, trying to find one that's like a bit more balanced. I think Deadpool might be slightly better. No, I need something older than that. Yeah, I mean, this works, whatever. So Deadpool Common is like, it's getting down there. When it actually hit 81, that's pretty much, it's not technically its all-time low for the most part. But like, if we're talking like, if we want Deadpool Common to get back up to like 180, that's not going to happen. Even like 160, in my personal opinion, it's not going to happen until we get MTL like fully launched and we get all the people that are trying to flip off the app. Because people know within the next 2 months, at any point, Veve could announce MTL or give like a hard date or at least like a loose schedule of how MTL is going to work, and the market's just going to like hard crash. So, and I think especially now that gems are basically hard tied to like real life money, you know, I think what happened during Christmas was people saw friends and family, they were showing them the Veve app and like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can invest $7 into a comic and make $50 or $150 or $800 if it's a secret rare, whatever it is. And so end of December, early January, we had a ton of people getting on the app, investing a ton of money, just buying a bunch of stuff. So everything pumped like no other for 2 to 3 weeks. And I really think like the last 2 weeks of January and like the first week of February was just a natural retracement. But then we started getting dogpiled during, you know, probably early second week of February of just people like, oh my God, all these bots. Oh my God, we're in a gem squeeze. We started getting some somewhat significant announcements like Marvel Mighties and some other stuff. I'm trying to remember Golden Moments, that kind of stuff. And then, you know, cryptocurrency started crashing, and then real world conflict started happening. And so, we also had issues, like I said, about botting and stuff. We had the FE tag change, like that just all started just dogpiling onto the thing. So I really think like probably like February 8th was like things were starting to probably gonna plateau, or at least like start leveling off, like, okay, whatever this was, we're done, we're tracing. But I think like all those external issues, whether they're about the app or external stuff off the app, just started like dogpiling on, which caused the gem squeeze to just continue, in my personal opinion. But now that like gems are more loosely, or like now that gems are basically tied to like real world money, I don't think we're gonna see pumps like this, because I think back then people still just view gems as just like monopoly money in a weird way. I don't know. I think people sold a lot of stuff in preparation of buying stuff in 12 days of Veve. Some of the drops landed, some of the drops were just a complete miss and people didn't care about it. So then people started investing in stuff. But now we're getting to the point where I don't know if people would actually let their NFT run this much. So like, let's say I bought Deadpool at 112. I think there's a lot of people that would just start immediately taking profit or flipping out of it once Deadpool hit like 180. Like they would let it run like 50% and then just immediately start undercutting it and just taking profit, because in their mind, they're like, oh my God, I could actually get cash for this now. Like if I sold Deadpool at 180, hell, that's $150 in real life cash I could do. I think people aren't going to let it run all the way up to 300 and just basically let it 3x if they really wanted to. Even though we're going to lose most of the flippers or a good portion of the flippers because of like the real world, like we're going to lose it. We're going to lose the current flippers, but we're going to get new flippers coming into the game, probably with more money than what the old ones had. So like things are going to pump, but like I just don't see things like doing a 2, 3, 4x just like randomly, unless there's some sort of absurd catalyst that gets announced, right? But if we're just talking just like, oh, market is slow, let's just buy shit, like I don't think that's going to happen anymore, at least in my personal opinion. That's kind of like my mind dump, my verbal dump. Until MTL's like fully out, I think people are going to be way too hesitant to like really invest in things unless it's new. I think the easiest way to get flips right now is basically either during a brand new drop and people just buy the new thing and just try and flip it for profit, or something like the 007 drop, which was, you know, a bit of an anomaly, like 1,000 gems for a drop. So a lot of people got 1,000 gems and people were getting like rebounds and multiples of it and all that kind of crazy stuff. But we had a lot of people just buy up stuff because they had 1,000 gems and they just, you know, bought rare Spider-Mans, lenticular cards, golden moments, random DC stuff, all kinds of stuff. So Diamond Ink, smash the like button. Thank you so much. Would you rather have a low mint, low edition, or low mint, high edition? Would you rather have a low mint, low edition, or a low mint, high edition? It depends on the number and what it is and how popular it is, because thoughts on Powerpuff Girl Bubbles, think it goes up. Can you look at the chart? Yeah, I can look it up really quick. I'm pro like popularity. I think gone are the days of people like, oh my god, this is low mint, I should buy it. I think that's kind of not necessarily a trap, but I do think a lot of like newer investors tend to think that, or people that do have like an excessive amount of money just to kind of spend and like, oh, what's the next best thing to buy? You know, Bubbles is going up. It's actually, the listings are actually down quite a bit. I was kind of curious what happened with this for the most part. You guys can see, right? I know my head's not blocking it. Okay, cool. So yeah, Bubbles right now is at 6K. And so if Bubbles keeps running, I think that's going to be super interesting, because like Bubbles is getting into the realm now where like you can buy R2D2 for about this much, right? I don't know. I have to actually look it up. I don't want to change the charts on here. Also, by the way, if you guys are trying to add me on Veve as a friend or whatever, or if you guys like want to follow me, if you go to Steamboat Willie, Ultra Rare, and go to 9 million, that's where you guys can add me. That's where I have my thing set up. So R2D2. Yeah, so like right now Bubbles is in the realm where you can either buy a Bubbles or an R2D2. So they're gonna fight it out, in my personal opinion. If I had to pick between like R2D2 and Bubbles, I would still pick R2D2, even though like the mints are super low on this, like there's way less. I just think R2D2 is just more popular, and I really just don't see like Adventure Time. I don't see Powerpuff Girls, Adventure Time, Ghostbusters, like a lot of the like kind of big IPs from like season 1, season 2. I don't see those really like running until like DC, Marvel, Disney like price themselves out. Like, because this is what people are going to be thinking about, right? I think that's part of the reason why Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie dumped, was not because, I mean, obviously because we're that massive run up, but also two people were like, I could sell my $9,000 Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie and buy R2 and C3PO. Like at the time, like you could buy both of those for that same price, right? You know, or I could buy various other things. So people are always trying to find a way to flip out of stuff and buy something else that's better. So I think this one's kind of hard to tell because the mints are so low, or like the listings are so low that, you know, all it takes is one purchase and then it goes from 4.2K all the way up to 6K, right? Like all it takes is one purchase. So it's hard to tell, and especially with the listings being so low, it's just so volatile. I'm not entirely sure, but me personally, I would just take R2. It's more popular. I do think it's going to run a bit harder. Eventually, I do think Veve's going to have people that are going to like be very obsessive about season 1 stuff or low mint or whatever, which Bubbles fits that bill, right? It's a season 1, it's low mint, it's, you know, kind of a cool NFT. People know of Powerpuff Girls, but overall, I do think people are going to be coming onto the app looking for specific IPs and not like jumping on the app like, all right, what are the earliest NFTs with the lowest mints? I just want to buy those. People are going to be like, I want Star Wars and Iron Man and, you know, different characters. Like people are more likely to go on the app looking for those things, at least in my opinion. But yeah, it totally. I favor popularity, then mint number, then all the other stuff, right? Like that's what I favor. It's not. It doesn't go mint number or rarity first. It goes popularity first, and then everything else. Thoughts on power? Okay, I already read that. Would you rather have a low mint? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I kind of need like more context. Diego, once MTL comes or gets announced, that is the lowest we'll see partner statue, in your opinion? What is the lowest? I don't know, let's pull up partner statue really quick. Partners. Partner? Saddle up, partner. There's partner statue. Is that 25,000 right now? It's hard to say. I'd say 18. Because if we look here, people have been buying for under 12. Let's see here. People have been buying for under 14 for a while. So for about 2.5 months, people have been buying Walt for 13K, right? So for 13,000, let's say. At the point it becomes no longer profitable, or you're like, all right, at what point do I ever even really want to sell this? So it could be as low as like 16, 17. I would say it could go that low, but it could even go lower. Like some people on the app just like blow my mind. Like some people, like things going below their actual value, like what previously solds are going like all-time low. Like the only people that are doing that are either willingly taking a loss or they want it on drop and they've been holding it this whole time. I just find it hard to believe that someone that held it for 3.5, 4 months would sell it like down here, or sell it like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17K and not sell it at literally any point prior. Unless they're explicitly like, I'm gonna wait till MTL's announced and then sell it. Like I just don't see that happening. But the absolute bottom, I would say is like, I would say like 16K. But am I saying it's gonna go there? Probably not. It's way too much speculation and stuff. So I have no idea what that would do, in my personal opinion. And plus, like I've noticed that like a lot of NFTs, like this little like retest that happens right here, like a lot of NFTs actually went up and then back down. I know it's kind of hard to see on the chart, but like down here in the middle, like, so we're looking at January 11th. So around here, like I noticed a lot of NFTs that are dipping and they're trying to hit their all-time low. Like they kind of get stuck at this like retest right here, and they kind of get stuck and plateau. And at that point, they tend to either go up or just keep going down. If they just keep going down, I think people are just taking a loss at that point. Also, I tend to like to look at the listings, right? I think the listings, if anything, I think the blue chart is more important than the purple chart. So listings are kind of on the highish side right now. Again, there could just be a bunch of people just flex pricing, right? With something like a Walt. Like a lot of people have it at 9 million or 1 million or 300K or whatever it is. So there could be a lot of flex pricing for Walt right now. But even with the D-list feature, right? Because you can see that's another thing you have to take into consideration is the D-list that happens every 30 days. So when you see a massive dip like this, there's not someone out there or a group of people out there that literally bought 113 Walts. It's just like they just got delisted because they weren't sold, right? They just weren't sold, right? And so it goes back up, and then I'm trying to see like where the last delist was. It was probably around here, it seems. So yeah, so for Walt, that would be my say on it. I don't see lower than 18K. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I would say like 16's like an absolute bottom, and it's just like, what is going on? Like, I would only see it hitting 16K because the floor is at 18, and people are basically just like FOMO selling their stuff just to get rid of it. That's the only way I could see it. But other than that, I don't think so. Come on, guys. MTL isn't going to be available to the public anytime. Veve has been saying it's coming for over a year already, and we hear same thing every AMA. It's going to take a while. Look at NBA Top. Yeah, I never was on NBA Top Shots. Test me. I think Test me. I've never been on NBA Top Shot. Veve is the first like NFT platform I've like invested in or done anything on for the most part. So yeah, I don't know, but I know they've been saying. But the fact that like there's already people in some of my chats occasionally that said they have access to MTL and they could cash out if they wanted to, just makes me think that like it's come. don't want to say it's coming soon, but who knows? It's either going to be much later than we think or much sooner than we think, because Veve could literally announce at the end of this week saying, all right, we're done with beta testing. We've already done 2 or 3 rounds. At this point, we're going to start releasing it to the public mid-March, and we're going to slowly give it to everyone. You know, every week there's going to be thousands of people that get it. And by the end of May, everyone on the app is going to have it. So there's going to be 6 weeks of just a slow release of people having access to MTL. And that would cause a major dip, in my opinion, like a massive, massive dip. So I think that's why some people are selling off right now, because people are expecting like MTL to be announced. And like, that's all it takes is literally a single tweet or a single AMA. I don't think Veve's going to do anything tomorrow, like big announcement wise for MTL or whatever, but that's literally all it takes. And the market just flips its head. Let's see. Diego, just followed you. I'm GM Metals. Okay, cool. Or G Metals. I appreciate it. Gucci 3057. Okay, been hearing you all this time. Live, great info you're giving. Question, what is the highest Elsa or R2D2 has been worth picking up those two? I think at this point, it's, if they're thinking long term, picking up any golden moment is fine. Like now is actually a pretty good time to pick up little, like you can see this, like Donald Daisy below 1,000, Lady the Tramp below 750, Vedra's logo below 1,000, that's below 1,000, that's below 1,000. Iron Man is, it's gonna take a while, but I think given enough time, like you could probably see Iron Man back to 1K. R2D2 is at 50. Like everything is down right now. So I would say if you're planning for long term, literally any of these buys right now are fine. So it just depends on which price point you want to get in at, right? If you have 3K, I'd probably pick up, you know, C3PO, or unless you want to pick up an Elsa plus like a lenticular card, like Donald or something like that. That's a good pickup, or Sorcerer's Hat. Like those are all fantastic pickups. I don't know about some like, oh, I'm going to grab 3 Wallies or 3 skateboards or something. I'm not sure about that, but, you know, I mean, there could be a point where you pick up 2 Iron Mans. Like, that's not bad. Yo, your railroadty homie has a question. You skip me. 609 timestamp. Did I skip you? You just asked the question again. Oh, so sorry. Now I'm looking at. I can't really see the timestamps, but what do you have in mind for stacks at the moment? So stacks right now, I mean, I already stacked a bunch of Ghost Rider. You guys saw I stacked a significant amount of Ghost Rider because I knew it was going to go up. I traded 1 just for funsies, and then I sold 1 so far. That's not right. This is what I want. So you guys can see here, I have 7 commons, 4 of the ultra rares, 4 rares, and 4 uncommons. So I had more of these, but I've already dollar cost averaged some of these, and I bought all the ultra rares for below 200, or around 200, below 200. All the uncommons for below, I think like 20. All the commons for around 20 or below 20, and then the rares all below like 45 for the most part. So I'm just gonna dollar cost average these up throughout the week. I might sell a good amount. Like I might hold off to the AMA tomorrow because Veve might announce you can read comics in the vault or like in their showroom, and that could cause prices to pump a bit more. You know, again, very short term. Do not expect it to like pump up and stay there. It's gonna go up and go right back down. People are just looking for opportunities to sell for profit, like me. So I'm no shame in it. Like people are taking profit. Let's see. But for stacks, when I hear stack, I'm thinking like you're trying to get like low double digits or at least like high single digits. Like you're really going all in for it. If you're like really like, if you're really trying to play like a dangerous game, I think Ben Riley, I was telling people to like not stack these, but Ben Riley, when he was at like 300, I would say if he goes down below 330, Ben Riley is very volatile. I think he's one of the most volatile NFTs like on the platform, because like this dude kicked it all the way up to above 1,000. And even if you take the average here, like he has 3 candles around 900. So like obviously there's, you know, there's people that want this. I think the low mints is carrying it a lot, but it also just makes it stand out from like all the other Spider-Mans and stuff. So like the listings are pretty low, which is good. which means it has a lot of room to grow. And, you know, as it pumps up, people are going to come in and take profit, which is fine. But if you're talking like stacking and like volatility and like, I think Ben Riley is one of the gem for gem, could be one of the best NFTs to grab. I still think Ghost Spider is really good for a stack. Now that we have to deal with that huge bot wall that is for, I think, Spider-Man. Like the Spider-Man Marvel Mighty goes, where the hell is it? I'm just going to put in Spider-Man because I think it should appear if I just type in Spider. Ghost Spider at 88. I think it's still a decent stack. I should have bought more of her when she was at like 60-something gems. I don't know why it's waking out on me. Where the hell did she go? There she is. Let's see. I think she's gonna be a great buy, in my opinion. Let's see. 150. Yeah, they're like, she was going for like below 70 for a while, and that was her absolute bottom. But I still think like at this price, this is great. Listings are pretty much been plateauing, kind of been going up and down a bit. But if, you know, when I assume stacking, I just assume you mean I'm trying to buy high single digits or like double digits of some stuff. And I do think those are pretty good. Or if you want to mix and match, like it's totally fine to grab some Ghost Riders, grab 1 or 2 Ben Rileys as well as some Ghost Spiders, and just have a plan to like, I'm just going to just sell these for profit when they go up. What else? I'm sure there's some other stacks I can think of, but I just can't think of them like right now. I used to like hate the Marvel Mighties, to be honest, but they do have a lot of FAs, and I do think Marvel is planning something for the Marvel Mighties, because why else would they have so many FAs for Marvel Mighties? I just don't get it, so. Thank you for the hangout. Of course, Veve Showroom, I appreciate it. I have a common Ghost Rider, 2669. Nice, dude. I was actually kind of looking for a 666 mint, kind of like that. I'm not looking for the actual 666 mint, but like a 266 or like you're just showing right now, like maybe like a 26667 or something like that. I think that'd be really cool. What do you think about the secret rare jungle action number 6? The listing is at 46. The floor is kind of thin. 310 seems kind of cheap. I had all these tier lists pulled up, but I took them all down. Maybe I can pull some of them up. But that's the one with Eric Killmonger, right? I just don't see that comic being that popular. At least like literally all the tier lists that I pulled up on comics don't have it that high up. So VV rank, and what's the other one I had? Let me look at my history. That's not it. Maybe that is it. Let's see. That's not right. But I think people are kind of forgetting. And again, this is what I mean. Like, is Eric Killmonger popular enough to like 2x his price? I just don't see it. I think people think like I think you probably first thought it's a secret rare comic first, and then thought, oh, it's Eric Killmonger. I think you need to in my mind, you need to reverse those. Like, what's the popular character, and then what is the mint and or the rarity and all that stuff. So, you mean there's a reason why it's at 310, and it's like not going up. If it was popular, like Ghost Rider or something like that, it would go up. So that's just my thought process when I'm thinking of that kind of stuff. Like Eric Killmonger is. It's probably terrible of me to say, but it's like he's kind of like Sabretooth to like Wolverine or whatever. It's like, is a Sabretooth comic and a skyrocket? No, but it's like, is he an arch nemesis of like the main character? Like, there's a big difference between Wolverine and Sabretooth. It's the same way as like Black Panther versus Eric Killmonger. At least I would think in my mind, like the nemesis they fight and all that stuff. So, and plus, yeah, I don't know. That's my take on it. Like every comic tier list I've read or watched, for the most part, didn't really put Killmonger that high that I've seen. So that's why I kind of ignored it. At least just me personally. Let's see. There was another list I had. I could have sworn I bookmarked it, but maybe I did it. Yeah. So some of the tier lists have them like very low B tier. There's another tier list I think that put them like somewhere around D tier, whatever it is. That's just my take on it. Like, if you're trying to go for Master Collector points, just get the rare version. That's just gem for gem going to be the best Master Collector points. And if you're buying it in hopes that it'll go up for 300 gems, like, I mean, if you can afford the extra, like, I'd rather just get a lenticular card. I'd rather just get an ultra rare as well as a rare Ghost Rider comic. Like, those are proven to do very well. Like, I'd rather just get those. I think those have more room to move than like a secret rare comic. And a day will come where some comics, secret rares, will be around 300 gems and they'll just sit there because it's not a very significant FA. Is it a recognizable FA? Sure. But is it a significant FA that is, like, is there a massive following for Eric Killmonger? Probably not. I know I've been kind of just pile driving that into the ground, but that's just the way I think. I turned Studios finished script. I have a common Ghost Rider. Yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Dawn on Daisy versus Iron Man Golden Moments. Looking to sell possibly. I don't know which one you're trying to sell. No, dude, just keep Iron Man. If you're talking about Iron Man, if you're looking to sell Iron Man, keep it. If you're looking to sell Dawn and Daisy, I would still just keep it. Like, I honestly put those two roughly on the same tier. I think Dawn on Daisy needs some time to like mature, like the price wise. Like, short to medium term, it'll be Iron Man, but I do think Dawn on Daisy will get up in that, like, I do think Dawn on Daisy is like a top 6 or 7 like golden moment. Like, it's right up there with like Elsa and Iron Man. It just needs time to get there because I do think there's a lot of Donald and like like most Donald and Disney fanatics like really like Donald. Like, it's a big deal. So I would just hold it. There's most golden moments I would not sell for like another golden moment and like throw gems on top. Usually not, but not, you know, I don't want to say never, but usually not. Hey Vibe, can you tweet that graphic you had comparing Ghost Rider, ASM 14, Daredevil number? Sure, Neeks, I can do that. Am my screen still showing? No, it's not. Yeah, I had that. I'm trying to remember where I found that. Or no, my friend texted it to me. Let's see. Let me just tweet it. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. There it is. Just gonna do all the usual hashtags, Veve, all that stuff. So Veve fam, Veve community, just Veve, so you can find it easy. Veve collectibles. What's the other one? There's like 4 that I always use. Veve community. There we go. I just put it out there. So yeah, check out that list. I really think, in my opinion, ultra rare should probably be closer to like 350. Rare should probably be closer to, I don't know. I would have to look at that list, but you guys can check it out on my Twitter. Will the new Batman movie help pump the season 1 Batman NFTs? I feel like that's Spider-Man pumped when the movie came out. Mahad, yes and no. Isn't the movie already out? I've already seen reviews on it on like YouTube and stuff. I feel like most of the time when the movie is announced, like there'll be a pump around the announcement, not around the actual release date of the movie. So like when Spider-Man was announced, like the movie, and they showed all the trailers and stuff, like the NFTs like kind of moved up, but then like people started selling it off like 2 weeks before the movie like came out. So at least that's what happened with Spider-Man. I don't know, you know, I don't know what's going to happen with every IP that comes out with a movie, right? But that's what I saw with Spider-Man, and it could happen again with Batman. Or maybe it could do the complete opposite. I could be wrong. Like I only have one, you know, I only have one piece of evidence. I'd say 2 is a trend, but 1 is just not enough. It's, you know, correlation doesn't mean causation. But if it happens 2 or 3 times, then it's like, okay, now we're seeing a trend, but it hasn't happened twice yet, at least that I've seen. Let's see. Retracted at 35, common Ghost Rider. Or it's like retraced. Yeah, dude, I think Ghost Rider's gonna still keep going up. I'm kind of upset I didn't buy more commons. I probably should have focused maybe a little bit more on the commons rather than some of the other ones, but yeah. I stacked 9 rare, 1 ultra rare, bought the rares for 44 to 47, sold from Or shall I wait? Thanks, bro. Looking at those. Added you on VV. I'm Raider J. Cool. Appreciate it, John Franklin. Yeah, dude, those are fantastic numbers. Like I knew Ghost Rider was going to go up. I'm like, dude, like this thing is a Bronze Age, like top tier comic, has 30,000 mints, might have a future MCU appearance that has been, kind of theorized, but, wouldn't put it past like Marvel to put him in a future movie. Plus there was like a grade 9.8 that sold for like $265,000 last year. Like, this is during COVID, during all that stuff. And that basically is one of the most expensive purchases. That's more than like the first appearance of like Green Goblin, Daredevil, or like Doc Ock. So it's up there in that high, higher tier. Let's say A tier. It's not S tier comic, but it's very high A tier. And plus it's only 30,000 mints. I think that's another people are kind of like overlooking. So it's on the lower end of things. Black Panther stack. You can't go wrong with it. Like, and that's the other thing too. Like I kind of make it out to be like, don't get this sometimes, but like there's a certain point where it's like if you stack Black Panther commons, like, I mean, it's not a wrong move. It's not a bad move by any means. Is there another move that could be potentially be better by 10%? Like, sure, I might not know exactly what that is, and especially with the market is so finicky when it comes to announcements, right? Like, if they come out with more Black Panther stuff, like Black Panther could skyrocket, or if they come out with less, or if they come out with more Spider-Man stuff, then the Spider-Man, I keep saying Gwen Stacy, the Ghost Spider could pump a lot. Like, who knows? Let's look at the comment. Uncommon, not there. So look at the comment. That 93 gems. That's the other thing too. Like, there's a lot of mints for Black Panther. Not that I think that's gonna like ruin its price by any means, but I mean, picking them up sub 90 would have been ideal. Or back here. Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't think you can go wrong with like stacking the common, either like the Ghost Spider or Black Panther or any of those. The only thing is like Black Panther, like the common is like, there's a ton of mints and there's still a lot of people you need to shake out that won the drop like literally a week ago that could still sell it for cheap, right? They want it for 50. And there's still a lot of people that might be willing to sell it, like Next Gem Squeeze or whatever it is. There's might be a lot of people that are still willing to sell this for like 80 gems or something like that, or even maybe even cheaper. So that could happen. So that's why I'm a bit hesitant. That's why I said earlier, like Donald and Daisy will get to that low A tier of golden moments, but it's just so new. You kind of need to get rid of all the people that either got it on drop or bought low, kind of like this. Like, you need to wait for those people to like flip out or get rid of their NFT for the most part. So that's why it's newer things. Like, you just have to be more patient. I'd rather personally, like, Black Panther is great. Like I said, this is going to be a fine stack. But if I were to stack something like Ghost Spider's like a little bit more mature. I mean, obviously both are FA. Some people are bullish on like Marvel Mighties and stuff. You can't go wrong with either, in my personal opinion. Like, we're splitting hairs at this point. Like, which one's better? Like, which FA is better? I don't know. But Ghost Spider does have some history, and it has matured in the market long enough to where it's probably shaken off a good amount of the... Because remember, it lasted the entire gem squeeze. So for like 4 weeks straight, all the people that wanted on drop or bought it for cheap or that flipped out of it, or people that were selling it for a small loss, like, a good portion of them are gone. Can't really say the same for Black Panther because it's been less than a week. Diamond Inc., what do you think is a good trade for Effie? Donald Lenticular, also great analysis of Sabretooth. He sat around 300, jumped to 900. Great pump, now back to 300. Yeah, pretty much. That's why we admit. I didn't mean like, yeah, I get what you mean, but I didn't mean it in the sense of like, that's the actual price of the comic. It could do that. But I meant like just popularity wise, like people know of Sabretooth, sure, but are people going to, like, there's just better comics out there to buy, or just better NFTs to buy for the same price. Like, that's nothing I think of as like, what is a NFT that people are talking about that is probably a better buy, or that could make some better moves. In my opinion, for 300, like, you can't go wrong with like a mini lenticular card. Or if Ben Riley goes down to like 330, I think that's a pretty good buy as well. I don't know. Think a good trade for Effie Donald Lenticular. Who was it? Him says New Mutants common is $4 cheaper than Ghost Rider common, and Deadpool already has plans in the MCU. True. I will say Ghost Rider does have a pretty big like cult following. If we look at this tier list here, right? Technically, and I actually talked with this with Sleeping in Comics. He was actually on my stream earlier. So this is Ghost Rider. This is his tier list. Ghost Rider. So in my mind, I thought he meant that Ghost Rider is above New Mutants, right? This is what I thought. But what he told me is that, oh, when I organize my tier list, it's just in alphabetical order. So the S tier, which is why it says Amazing Spider-Man and the Marvel Comics are both S tier. Then all the A tiers, it goes from, you know, A, D, F, F, U, like, then all the B tiers starts with, you know, A, like, it's just an alphabetical order. I thought this was legitimately a tier list, like comic for comic, what he thinks is the best, but that's not the case. These are just in alphabetical order for each tier, which, I don't know. I don't know if me personally, like, I think some people would probably agree, like, I don't know, because this is Bishop, right? Is Bishop the same tier as... Let me see. Is Bishop the same tier as first appearance of Green Goblin? No. But I think if you ordered it this way, it's different. I don't know. But what is the other, like... I'm trying to find this other graph. Give me a sec here, guys. I apologize. Boodle, there it is. That's his name. Is this it? Boodle NFT. All right, I'm actually getting off 15 minutes. I know I said 20 minutes like 45 minutes ago, but I do need to get off soon. Let's see. Boodle's another content creator. Okay, that's not the most recent one. Where's the most recent one? Sitting on 4 SR and 3 Ghost Riders. Stupid or potential. It depends on what you bought it for, M. But dude, that's fantastic. Dude, those are great buys. I think part of it does depend on like what price you entered in at. But even that, like, even if you bought those on the high end, right? Like, let's say you bought the ultra rare close to 300 and you bought the secret rare for 1.5. I still think that's fine. Just give it enough time. Like, they'll go up in price, right? So here's the other list that I used for comics. So there's Eric Killmonger, bottom at B tier. It's not, I mean, that's essentially low C tier. He goes AAA, A, B, you know, B, but he's almost at the cusp of like bottom tier for the most part. So he's down here. Ghost Rider's up here. And I'm not sure if these are in order as well. Avenger. Okay, so these are not in like alphabetical order. So this is what he thinks like comic for comic is the best, probably from top to bottom, left to right. So this is at the bottom of AA tier. So I kind of just compared the ultra rare price to mostly these three. The Amazing Spider-Man, let's say first appearance of Doc Ock, Green Goblin, and then the Silver, what's it called? Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. So I just kind of compared the prices there. So that's why I bought all my ultra rares for below 200 gems. All floors for less. Nice, dude. That's fantastic, dude. I really think it could take off. Like, I do think Ghost Rider has a pretty big like cult following. Is Ghost Rider mass appeal yet? No, but does it have like a cult following and people know of it? Yes. So that's why I said I can't say the same for Eric Killmonger. It's like, do people know of him? Sure, but does he have like a cult following and he's been around for a while and he's had movies like Nicolas Cage and stuff like that? And this is, you know, there's also been a sale of $320,000 of it in real life at some point in the last like couple of years. So it's like that's another thing to take into consideration, right? So that's why I was pretty bullish on Ghost Rider and I bought for a good amount. But dude, that's a fantastic buy, dude. That's awesome. I stacked more. I didn't buy any of those secret rares, but I just stacked mostly the ultra rares. I had 6 at one point, but I, you know, sold 1, traded 1 just for funsies. Hey Vibes, are we bottoming out and rebounding? Certain NFTs, yes, but necessarily I don't think we're going to be doing a hard rebound anytime soon. And we're going to have pumps here and there. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we're going to have pumps here and there on the market because, you know, things get announced. There's a new IP. Something like 007 artificially dumps the market a bit, and then it rebounds really hard because everyone had 1,000 gems in their account, or a good portion of people had 1,000 gems in their account. So there is that. But other than that, like if we're trying to get back up to these numbers, these are all weird. Yeah, let's look at Ultra Rare Spider-Man. Oof, 4-hour stream. Let's go. But if we're trying to get Ultra Rare Spider-Man back up to like 9K, or hell, even 8K in my opinion. It might touch 8K, but like up to 9K, like these upper echelon of numbers, that's not going to happen until after MTL. Like we might get some movement. They're like, oh my god, there's a Spider-Man announcement, or they announced Miles Morales, so now other Spider-Mans are going to go up in price potentially, right? Like we're going to get slight bumps like that, but people are always going to take profit and go away. I don't think we're actually going to start running until after MTL, or at least it's going to happen sometime around MTL announcement, right? That's my thought. Would you sell a Bart and Homer, Iron Man, Superman, Blossom, Wonder Woman, second appearance, and 2 Invisible Woman appearance for a Todd? No, that's a lot of effort. And B, by the time you sell all of those, like prices are going to move. You're going to get undercut. Todd could go up a bit. I mean, or you could go down. But to be honest, I think like you have some winners in there. You have Superman, you have Wonder Woman, you have Bart and Homer, you have Iron Man. I would say in order of like best to worst, in my opinion, it probably goes Iron Man, Superman, Bart and Homer, Wonder Woman, then Blossom. Or no, Wonder Woman's second appearance? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, so Iron Man, Superman, Bart and Homer. And I'm not saying Iron Man is better than Superman. Like, obviously, like, gem for gem, I think it's better than Superman, if that makes sense. Superman is just so weird. It's a grail, but it's getting treated like a B tier NFT. But yeah, I'd say like and 2 Invisible Woman second appearance. It's an Invisible Woman. I know what you meant. Dude, I would just hold those. Like that seems like a lot of effort, and again, like you're gonna get undercut to hell. And I do think like it also depends too. Like if you have a huge vault and your goal is to get Todd, then sure. But if that's like half your vault or even more than that, I'm not sure. Like I don't know your situation. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to flip a lot of stuff, and I don't know your entry point for all of those too, right? Like if you're Iron, like if all of those are in the negative, that feels really bad. I would just hold it personally. So cool. All right, I'm gonna hop off in a few minutes. If any of you guys have any like burning questions about the market, I know a lot of you guys came from Randy's stream, so I appreciate you guys stopping by and doing all this stuff. So I know I've been on Randy's wall for a while, and I know I think this is the second time he's hosted me, so I'm trying to leverage the audience and his awesome community as much as I can. So yeah, I got a few more minutes. You guys have questions about the market or literally anything, I would love to help you guys out with that in the meantime. But maybe in the meantime, we'll look at the top losers. These are down. Yeah, all the Black Panthers are down because they got pumped. I mean, they're technically up right now because it's comparing it to what it was 24 hours ago. Like if it's comparing it to the last 12 hours, it would be up, but it's not. Ooh, it's actually getting sold off. Oof. What else is down? Deck the Halls is at 94. Secret Rare's down. Ultra Rare's down. I actually managed to, I'm kind of curious where Captain America is, because after the 007 thing happened and like all the NFTs started pumping, I kind of missed the boat on Golden Moments. I missed the boat on the lenticular cards. I missed the boat on some of the DC stuff. So I ended up buying 2 Captain Americas Ultra Rares for like $525. And then I end up flipping them literally for $643 or around that price. So it was a small profit. It's not as much as I would have gotten if I just like probably bought a Donald and Daisy or something like that and just flipped that. But I was kind of happy with this because I mean, this thing has a lot of room to move. I don't know if this was just because the Captain America kind of like hype. There was a bit of hype for like Captain America like the SR Pumped and like a bunch of other stuff. But this is an FA, obviously, but it is animated, which is pretty cool. But I saw this go all the way down to 525. That's where I bought 2 of them. I'm like, dude, this is an absolute bottom. Like, people have been buying it for more than that for a while, like on and off over the last like 4 or 5 months. Like, this is almost like its all-time low. So I bought 2 of them and managed to flip 2. Could I have held it and maybe get 100 more gems 3 weeks from now? Sure. I'd rather just flip it though and invest in something else. Hey Vibes, do you know if there's anything with using multiple accounts? I'm thinking about buying some Androids to increase my chances on drops. Test me. So as far as I know, I think more than 2 might be a little bit sketch. Personally, I just use 2. I have one phone here, and I play the drop and go fast. But I think it's universally accepted for people to have 2 phones, but more than that, I think I don't know how you would pull that off. So yeah, I just use 2 phones. That's it. Like Kevin Gates, just 2 phones. No more, no less. Now, when Q System comes along and you have 5 minutes to press the OK button, I have no comment on that. No comment. If you dig my drift. Ken Gems, hey Vibes, do you feel like we're gonna get too many AMAs? You feel like we get too many AMAs? I feel like the market is so emotional whenever we have AMAs. Pretty much, and I agree with Dino Lang. Usually, AMAs cause a bearish market, if anything. I do think we could have some announcements. Like, the only thing that I think that could actually pump the market, like I said, is actually a comic vault announcement. Like, oh, now we can read our comics in the vault or in the showroom. Cool. Or display them or whatever. Cool. That will cause a very, very temporary pump in the market, and then it'll go back down. I shit you not, it'll probably last 6 hours, if that. Like, it'll go up and like, oh my god, it's gonna go down, then go up, and then that's it. Like, it's gonna last probably a few hours after the announcement or after the AMA. I got a good question. What's your opinion on someone bidding on an auction but doesn't pay? It sucks. I think it's an issue with Veve. I think the whole auction system is just kind of just jacked up because Veve has not figured out a way to have gems just up in the air, right? So like, if let's say you did place a bid on an item and you were forced to actually put those gems in first. So let's say I bid on an item. Let's say I bid on a Captain America Ultra Rare, and I put in 600 gems for the bid because it's 40 under floor, whatever. What it should do, in most games, in most video games, and or other things that I've experienced, usually you put in the gems first, so you actually like have it, right? But the issue is, I think Veve hasn't figured out a way that if I put in 600 gems, where does it go? It's out of my wallet. I think Veve's only figured out a way to move gems from wallet to wallet, but not wallet to air, right? Or wallet to whatever, cloud, or whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't think Veve's figured that out yet. If they did, I think the market they could do so many cool things with the market. But as of right now, yeah, I just don't. Auctions are just shitty, to be honest. So they've gotten, I would say, like, you can actually get some good deals in the market because now they only last like 12 hours. So sometimes you can get some like really late night auctions for like a good deal. But before the early days, not early days, but like, I think they fixed this after like shortly after golden moments and stuff. But before, like, auctions, you had to like go hunt for them. Like, there was no tab for just auctions that just told you what's going to come up next. So tons of people got like really good deals in auctions like all the time. Like, people were getting NFTs for like 50% off and stuff because unless you were looking at that very specific and there's no notifications either. So if you got outbid, you didn't get a notification. Now there's like too many notifications and stuff, I think, in the app for you to like get a really good deal on an NFT like you could before. Because before you had to go hunting, like you actually had to go by NFT to like go, you have to like find the Captain America Ultra Rare, go to the bidding tab, and then if there was bids or auction, you did that. But I think there's just too many ways to find auctions. You get notified if you get outbid. There's literally a tab that just tells you the most recent. I usually just like go to the auctions thing, go down, just see whatever auctions are happening within the hour, and if there's no interesting ones, I just leave, and tons of people do that. So yeah, or if it is an NFT that you do want to buy, you can just place an auction on it. even let's say it's going to expire 3 hours from now, but you don't want to stare at your phone. You just place a bid on it, and then if someone outbids you, you're going to get a notification on your phone telling you got outbid, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that auction, and then you can just rebid again. Like, yeah, like I think the days of getting like items or auction items for like 50% off plus is probably gone. So that's the whole thing about. I wish, I really wish I was in Veve early, not just because obviously you can make a shit ton of money, but even if I wasn't early, I wouldn't know the things I know now, right? I would have been just like everyone else, like, yes, I would be more than happy to trade 2 TOTS for a Nightwing. Hell yeah, that seems like a good deal. It's low mint. Low mint is better than popularity, but, things have changed. But for the most part, I think if I was just in earlier, I would just have just more experience in the market. That's what I value most, is just experience in the market and foretelling pumps and squeezes and this and that, and drops and all that, because I came in during golden moments. Like so I've only been on the app for what? So 1, 2, 3, 4 months now. Probably a tiny bit over 4 months now on the app. And I just kind of wish I was on the app longer, just so I had more experience, and of course just accumulated more stuff just from flipping and trading and all, whatever else and all that. So would it be worth selling before AMA tomorrow? Maybe. It depends on what, right? If you think something's going to dip more, then sure, why not? To buy back if dip happens, it could. I'm not a huge fan of just selling just because you're going to speculate a random announcement by Veve for an AMA. I would more speculate is like, if you have comics, I'd probably hold on to them. If you're planning on selling comics, hold on to them until after the AMA, because they could announce readable comics in the vault. That's what I'd speculate more on, rather than like, I'm just going to sell these 3 NFTs because I think a random announcement's going to cause a bearish market. I don't know. That's my thing, John. Sorry I skipped your question earlier. I kind of skipped ahead in chat. Got the SR today, first one ever. Let's go. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. I think you said that earlier in chat, but I think I was too caught up dealing with sleeping in comics and dealing with Discord and stuff. I really need to get set up on StreamYard, because that seems infinitely easier to use. I think we'll probably lose the graph, but I don't think people tend to mind. People don't usually ask market questions while I have other people on stream, so that seems fine. Where can you just look at auctions without going directly to the NFT and clicking auctions? Can you show it on screen here? Yeah, I got you. Right here. Whoops, that's not it. Right here. So if you go here to the market homepage, so you got the new collectibles and whatever, right? Refresh this. You never know. You could get a good snipe here. Come on, refresh. Oh. No snipes. More people follow. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. So there's comics, and then you scroll down here, browse brands, and you see it says auctions right here in the middle. So from the top, that's where all this random stuff, the new comics, browse brands, and then auctions. And then if you click on this view all tab, it shows you all the auctions that are going to happen over the next hours, right? So there's Invisible Woman in 12 minutes, and then that golden moment, and then this. The only annoying thing is, like, let's say you scroll down quite a bit, and like, let's say, I'm like, dude, hell yeah, Holiday Groot. I click on Holiday Groot, and it's terrible price, whatever, and I back out. It like refreshes the page, and it takes me all the way back to the top, which is kind of annoying. So you have to like go back down and like reload the pages that you loaded again. So just be wary of that. It's not that big of a deal, but I thought like my app was just like glitching out. I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on? Like I thought like, it just refreshes the page each time you look into an auction, and then it'll take you back to the top of the page like that. So just be wary of that. But yeah, this is where it's at. I had no clue. Thank you. Yeah, dude, it's super easy. You could literally just like before I go to bed, I usually just jump on here and I'm just like, all right, is there any auctions like ending in like 15 minutes? And if none of them look good, or if none of them are like well priced, I'm like, whatever. I just skip it, So that's a spot you can go to find any auctions and like let all the auctions. I think for comics though, I think there's a way you can look for comic. Let me see. I don't think there is one for comics. I think with comics you have to actually go in there. I could have sworn someone maybe showed me something, but I don't think that's the case. Yeah, there's nothing for comics. So you have to, for comics, you have to actually physically go into each one. That was the old school way of doing collectibles. Like you have to physically go into it, look for like the common, uncommon, rare. Like if you're looking for that one. So, but Brain, I'm of course happy to help. So yeah, I am over time, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. Any of you guys that are here from Randy's stream, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad I can kind of give you guys some info on this, give my opinion. I know I sometimes I sound like a broken record. I'm really repetitive, but I'm trying to drive a point home, but also new people jumping in the stream all the time. So awesome, guys. I appreciate it very much. I hope to catch you guys next time, and be safe. Please double and triple check all of your orders. There's already been people like in stream saying they mislisted stuff and all that, so just be careful. All right, take care, and I'll catch you next time.